Alright, we're gonna start Trials and Tribulations. If you guys want to support the stream, you know what to do. You just click that link right there. Simply click it, and then click the retweet button, and that's it. Maybe you need to log in. If you don't, then you just click retweet, and that's all you need to do. If you want, you can quote it, be a little bit more unique, and I will retweet that at a later time. Or fairly frequently, 3 times a week. But I didn't have a white dress shirt, same outfit either, actually. Yeah, if you have different outfits and stuff, it's not too bad. But just as a missionary, you always wear the same exact thing. The only thing to differentiate yourself is the tie. I always wanted a pixel tie. I've seen pixel ties, and they're really cool. Back in the day, I wanted that. Not so much anymore because I don't wear this outfit very often anymore. Okay. Let's begin. Oh yeah, we were gonna start with the bad ending. If I don't have access to it, I think I do actually. I think I saved just before being able to choose the bad ending, or leading to the bad ending. So if we do have the bad ending available, we'll do that. If not, we'll YouTube it together. I believe I saved just before the judge was like, you have one chance. And I was like, okay, Your Honor, let me save. Okay. So here we are. Bad ending route. No, there's only 2 endings. You guys hear that alright? Or is it too soft? I feel like it's soft. Oh, it is soft. One sec. There we go. That's how loud it's supposed to be. Alright, so the bad ending route for Justice for All. And we have one chance. One chance. One chance. Please show your evidence, and to who you may think the right person to show the last bit of evidence. It's impossible to turn this situation around in one try. One try? That is all I will permit. I have to try to remember everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix. Think! There must be a way to save Maya from taking on guard down at the same time. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show evidence to? I would like to show evidence to Pearls. I see. And now, tell the court what piece of evidence you would like to show that person. I'm gonna show her my badge. What do you think, Edgeworth? I don't have anything to say to this. How about you, Miss Von Karma? Well, I was just shot, so... I'm afraid I cannot allow this defense to continue. What? No one understands what you are talking about anymore. Wait, please, one more chance. That's enough, Mr. Wright. I will now state my verdict. The court finds the defendant, Matt on guard, not guilty. We did it, yay. That is all. This court is adjourned. Just like that, the case was over. I ran away from the courtroom and wandered the streets alone. I never saw Maya again. The killer is a man of his word, so I'm sure he released her as promised. I heard the verdict of Miss Andrews' trial a few days later. She was found guilty, of course. The miracle never happened. Maybe it was never meant to be. Because a miracle is something that doesn't exist. Bad ending. Okay. So now we're gonna be starting Trials and Tribulation. No need to get all emo. He just made somebody innocent die. It's gonna be fine. He made somebody innocent die and the killer not guilty. And it's all his fault. Fine. It's fine. She's dead. She can't feel anything anymore. Alright, let's start the new game. Trials and Tribulations. Turnabout memories. How to get into this mess? Why? Why did I do that? That girl, you shouldn't see her. Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you for your sake. If you continue to see her, it's gonna be bad news. You're lying! Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Stop it! Don't talk about her like that! It wasn't me. I didn't do it! Phew. It's finally time. I'm kind of nervous. Oh, Mr. Grossberg. Good morning.
Now, please calm yourself down. You're going to get yourself arrested for suspicious behavior, you know.
But what are you talking about? I'm relaxed, Mr. Grossberg. Look at me, I'm relaxed.
Let's go to my lapels. Let go of my lapels. You obviously haven't got the temperament to be a lawyer.
I'm so sorry. It's just that I'm so nervous today.
That's right. And it is your first time in the big leagues, isn't it? Well, never you fear, my dear. I, Marvin Grossberg, am at your service.
Actually, This is my second time in court.
Still, you surprise me. What with your earnest request last night? Let me handle this case. You suddenly said, and quite forcefully too.
I just found out yesterday about the case. I mean,
What? And you've already learned all the relevant facts? Well, about that, you see, I mean...
well, about that. You see, I mean, of course I have. I think.
Oh dear. In any case, don't let your client see you so nervous. You see the poor young man in the pink sweater over there? That's our client.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Try to keep smiling, Mia.
I just want to say, I just want to say, oh good, oh my god. Yep, it's gonna be fine, no problem.
Oh, what's wrong? Do you have a cold or something, Mr. Wright?
Actually, it's right. It's like the Flying Brothers. People screwed up all the time. And yes, I have a cold. That's what this mask is for. My doc says this way I won't give it to anybody else. Be kind to others, he says.
All right, Mr. Wright. You have nothing to fear in court today. If you are truly innocent, I promise I will save you.
Please, let go of my shirt.
That's right. That's right. He's the one on trial, not you. He's the one who should be nervous. You need to stay strong for your client, Mia. My name is Mia Fey. I'm still pretty new to this lawyer thing. The first time I appeared in court was a year ago. But that trial traumatized me so badly, I thought I'd never set foot in another courtroom. It's been 1 year since then. And well, here I am. But this time I'm going to win. For my client and for myself.
Well, now, the court is now in session for the trial of Phoenix Wright.
The defendant is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
The defense today is Miss Mia Fey, was it?
Yes, Your Honor. Is there a problem?
I was under the impression that Maven Grossberg was going to be leading the defense.
Yes, well, you see, Mr. Grossberg had a bit of an emergency.
Emergency? But isn't that him standing right next to you?
Yes, well...
You're just a rookie. Are you sure you can handle this?
Don't let him scare you, Mia. Give him your toughest look. Of course, Your Honor. I think.
Well, Mr. Payne, your opening statement, please.
Well. I can't believe a veteran like me has to spend his time babysitting a new defense lawyer. Don't worry, little girl. It will be over soon.
What was that all about? Was he trying to trash talk me?
Now then, I'd like to proceed with the summary of events on the day in question. The incident occurred in the campus of the Ivy University. The murder victim was a student named Doug Swallow. He was a fourth-year student studying pharmacology.
It sounds like he was a very bright young man.
Yes, well, next we have the photo taken at the scene of the crime. The students discovered the scene shortly after the murder. They found the victim's body. And the defendant, who had obviously bungled his getaway, they then called the police.
That certainly makes the defendant look very suspicious indeed. Very well. The court accepts this photo into the records as evidence. By the way, I can't quite tell the cause of death from this photo.
Your reputation for sagacity is well earned, Your Honor. The truth is that this victim died a rather unusual death.
An unusual death?
What do you mean, Mr. Payne?
Well, perhaps the defense would like to take this question.
Huh?
A simple question I thought I might loosen you up a bit. I am a gentleman, if you will.
What?
Hold on. My proof of my profession, the first and last time award, was a year ago. And dated time of death 4/9 at 3 p.m. Cause of death was fatal electric shock. And the crime took place behind the Ivy U building. Electric shock.
Stand up to him, Mia. Show him what you're made of.
A perfect opportunity. What was it? The cause, go on. But please say you know at least this much.
I'm so sorry. I didn't get a chance to read through the whole file.
My hemorrhoids are beginning to act up. Now see here. The details of the case are filed under the court records. But you know that already, didn't you?
The court records. I think I can see that by touching the court record button.
All of the weapons we need can be found in the court record. Take a good hard look at the data there and think carefully before you answer, my dear.
Oh yeah, let's check this out real quick. Superior at the head of Grossberg, a client, a third-year art student at Ivy University. He currently has a cold. The victim, he was in the fourth year pharmacology student, IVU. Dahlia Hawthorne, Phoenix's right girlfriend, dated the victim, Doug Swallow, up until 8 months ago. The prosecutor for the trial, a veteran lawyer with a little too much confidence.
Yes, sir. I'll do just that. I've got to stay calm. I can't let the prosecutor get the better of me. The court record. Okay, let's take a look. Just touch the court record button here.
Now then, would the attorney for the defense please answer the question? What was the cause of death?
Electrocution. But I want to answer the other two. I'm going to answer the other two. Asphyxiation, Your Honor.
Well, I think you can find the cause as asphyxiation.
Asphyxiation, huh? Mia, what are you doing?
Well, it's stuffy in here and I can hardly breathe.
No one's asking how you feel. Please make sure to properly read the court record.
I'm sorry, I'll take a better look. Hang in there, Mia. Open the court record with the court record button.
I'll ask you again. What is the cause of death?
Hypothermia.
Hypothermia, I believe. Mr. Grossberg? Does it suddenly feel very cold in here to you?
It's because your absurd reply has brought a chill to the courtroom.
I'm so sorry.
Look at the courtroom more carefully, would you? How can you expect to win a case this way?
Hang in there, Mia. Open the court record with the court record button.
I'll ask you once again. What was the cause of death?
Electrocution.
According to the court record, it was a fatal electric shock. In other words, electrocution.
Electrocution? But how could such a thing happen? Did the murderer use some type of new, super powerful stun gun, perhaps?
The answer that will become clear as this trial proceeds, Your Honor. But before that, there is one more vital issue.
What's that?
Why, my motive, of course. Apparently, there was some bad blood between the victim and the defendant.
Bad blood?
Well, what do you mean?
Oopsie, I'm terribly sorry. You're the defense, so you must know all about it. I shouldn't be stealing your spotlight like this.
I really don't like this guy's smug attitude.
That that's Winston Payne for you. He is one smooth operator, if you catch my drift. They don't call him the rookie killer for nothing, you know. Now then, let's hear from the defense. What was the source of the bad blood between the victim and the defendant? And this time, I would like to see some supporting evidence.
Evidence?
No need to get all worked up over this. As I said, all our weapons can be found in the court record. Find the evidence you need, and then shove it to old Graybeard's face.
Yes, sir. In old Graybeard's face.
Mr. Grossberg, try to set a better example for the young lady. Yeah, evidence isn't the only thing in the court record. People profiles are as well. You can toggle between profiles of evidence, so be sure to go over it all. Now then, let's see what you've got. What was the cause of the bad blood between the Phoenix Wright and the victim?
That would be Dahlia.
Take that.
Boobies.
The reason for the bad blood between the two of them was this woman here.
Dahlia Hawthorne, is it?
Very good, Miss Faye. You seem to have picked up on at least this much. This woman is the the girlfriend of the defendant, Phoenix Wright. But up until 8 months ago, she was with the victim, Mr. Swallow. Clearly, she has some sort to play in this story.
He's done it again. Before the cross-examination starts, he's already got the judge thinking like he wants. Very well, Mr. Payne. Please call your first witness.
If it pleases the court, the prosecution would like to call Mr. Phoenix Wright.
What? The defendant himself? Well, Miss Faye?
It's fine. After all, Mr. Wright is innocent, right? The defense has no objections.
Very well. But the court calls Mr. Phoenix Wright to the witness stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Yeah. My name is Phoenix Wright. And my job is, right now, I guess it's a suspect.
No. He means, what did you do before you were arrested?
I was a university student.
Mr. Wright, you understand that you are suspected in the death of Mr. Douglas.
I didn't do it. I'm innocent, I tell you. I'm telling you, I was innocent.
Would the defense please refrain from passing on his call to the rest of us?
It seems the witness has something he wants to say.
Well then, Mr. Wright, please tell us about the relation to the victim.
Right away, Your Honor. I admit I was there, but I'm not the killer. All I did was find his body. I hardly knew the guy to begin with. I never even talked to the stuck-up British wannabe.
I see. So you hardly knew the victim?
Right, like I said, I'm not a killer.
Yeah, it looks like the judge understands.
You're being naive. You know, too naive.
Huh?
It seems that you've forgotten one small thing, young lady.
And that would be?
This witness still has to undergo something called cross-examination.
Cross-examination?
He's right. It is the defense's duty to carry out the cross-examination. The purpose is to determine if the witness's testimony contains any contradictions.
Contradictions?
If a witness is lying, their statement will conflict with the court record.
But Mr. Wright is my client.
Even if he's your client in court, all lies must be struck down. As a lawyer, that is your duty, you see.
What does he mean by that? Is he saying that testimony just now? That there was a contradiction?
Now then, your cross-examination, if you please, Miss Ray.
I choose not to.
Please, Mr. Wright, tell me you haven't been lying. You wouldn't do that to me, would you?
I admit I was there.
When you say there, you mean the place where the victim was murdered?
Yeah, sort of. The place where something happened anyway.
Something? You can't hide what happened. We have photographic evidence.
The truth.
Anyway, Mr. Wright, what were you doing at the scene of the crime? I thought you said you didn't know the victim, Mr. Swallow.
It was just a coincidence. We bumped into each other by accident.
A coincidence, huh?
But I'm not the killer. All I did was find his body.
You say you found his body, so who called the police?
Huh?
Unfortunately, it was some other student that notified the police.
Other student?
That's correct. They were witnesses. The witnesses who saw the defendant standing next to the body in shock.
What is this true, Mr. Wright?
Could you stop sneezing every time you're in a bind?
Well, it's true that I was pretty shocked when I found the body. But I hardly knew the guy to begin with.
So you didn't know his face or even his name, right?
Right, well, no. That is, I mean...
So, which is it? Did you know him or not?
Now see here, if you can't avoid answering the question by sneezing all day.
Well, I guess I did know his name.
News to me. Why didn't he tell me that before?
I heard he used to date Dolly.
Who is this Dolly person?
Yes, that would be the defendant's lover, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh, I see. Young love. So bittersweet.
And that's what I knew. That's all I knew about him. I never even talked to that stuck-up British wannabe.
Mr. Wright, you stated the following in your testimony. I hardly knew the guy to begin with.
That's right. I mean, why would I even...
But that doesn't sound right. If you hardly knew him, then why would you say the victim was a stuck-up British wannabe?
The truth!
Well, Mr. Wright?
Oh, no, it wasn't me. I'm not the killer, I swear.
Mr. Wright, I'm going to give you an opportunity to revise your testimony. How is it that you knew the victim was, as you put it, a British wannabe?
Yes, well... He was always walking around with a huge Union Jack on the back of his shirt.
Did you see it in the crime scene? The Union Jack, I mean.
Yes, that's right. I saw it at the crime scene. That's why I figured he loved British stuff. It's true. Cross my heart. I swear, I didn't do it.
He's acting fishier than a salmon I ate last night.
May I ask you something, Miss Fay?
Yes, Your Honor. What is it now?
Who is this person anyway? This Union Jack fellow.
The Union Jack is the name of the United Kingdom flag.
Oh, I see. So, you mean like the Stars and Stripes, right?
As usual, Your Honor, your insight astounds me.
Hey, something just occurred to me. Isn't there something strange about this bit right just now?
There is a contradiction here.
But Mr. Grossberg,
Quickly now, show the boy you mean business. With evidence, I mean.
okay, Mia, check the court record carefully.
Well, my dear, do you think you can manage on your own from this point?
I can handle myself. Hey, thanks, Jedden. Appreciate it.
1 year ago, I was in a courtroom just like this. I can do it. I can handle this myself.
Now, you mustn't try to bite off more than you can chew, Mia.
I'll be fine. I know what I have to do.
Remember, you can always press him to get more information. Oh, and one more thing. When you're going to state a contradiction, make sure you present some definitive proof.
Okay, Mia. One more time, from the beginning of his testimony.
Let's check the last part. He was always walking around with a huge Union Jack on the back of his shirt. Ta-da. I don't see no Union Jack in the back of this shirt. I think you're lying. Phoenix, right? Everybody ready to object with me? Get ready to object. Okay. Now let's see, where's the thing? He's not wearing a shirt, Mr. Phoenix, right?
Objection!
Objection!
Are you certain you saw the Union Jack?
Yeah, and sure, he was right there on his back.
Miss B, is there some point to this line of questioning?
Your Honor, please take another look at the scene of the crime. Photo. As you can see, there's absolutely nothing on the victim's back.
Hey, wait a minute, he's wearing a red jacket. The Union Jack was in the back of the t-shirt he was wearing.
I was under the impression that you accidentally came across the body. But if that was really the case, then you wouldn't know that, would you? You'd have no idea at all what he was wearing underneath the jacket. Mr. Wright, you've been lying to me.
Please, forgive me.
Mia, you made our client cry.
Let him. The P on his chest doesn't stand for Phoenix anyway.
Oh, did you hear that? The P doesn't stand for Phoenix. It stands for... What a...
Can't believe I trusted him. Mr. Wright was all wrong.
That was an impressive bit of Think Thank you for uncovering the defendant's lies for me. It's quite clear that this man did not simply stumble upon the scene of the crime.
Did I go too far?
By the way, Mr. Wright, you seem to have a rather bad cold. Have you taken any medicine for it?
Yeah, I took some, but
Was the medicine that you took an over-the-counter brand called Cold Killer X?
yeah, that's right. It kills colds good. Hey, wait a second. How did you know I'm a big fan of Cold Killer X?
Would you happen to have that medicine with you right now?
Well, actually, I seem to have lost it somewhere.
He lost it? Does this even have anything to do with the case?
Mr. Wright, shall I tell you where the cold medicine is right now?
Huh?
Your Honor, I'd like you to take another look at the photo from the crime scene.
What's this? In the victim's hand, it's Cold Killer X.
Yes, but I've got a bottle of Cold Killer X in my apartment.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that argument won't work. There's no doubt to who this bottle of Cold Killer X belongs to. Especially since Mr. Wright's fingerprints are all over it.
Oh, what?
Sensing his murder's intent, Mr. Swallow must have picked up the bottle of medicine, dropped by Mr. Wright, and hid in his hand. His purpose could only have been to identify his killer as Phoenix Wright.
Order in the court.
Your Honor, I'd like to present this photo of bottle as evidence.
Very well. The court will accept them into the record.
Also, the victim's wristwatch was broken.
Was it? Let me look at the evidence first. Found clutched in the victim's hand, covered in Wright's fingerprints. And the other thing is this. The victim's watch stopped at the time of death. Ooh. Stopped at the time of death, which I think says 3... It's like 3:05. 3, something like that.
Broken?
Yes, it ceased functioning with a large wave of electricity passed through it. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any kind of explanation for all of this?
This is really bad.
Oh, my buttocks. My poor hemorrhoids.
Gross.
The truth is, I went because he called me. And he was in the pharmacy department, so we agreed to meet at 2:45 behind the building. We talked for a bit, and then at around 3 we split up. And then, when I went back and found him lying there, I've been taking Cold Killer X for the last 2 or 3 days. But I lost my bottle around lunchtime on the day of the accident.
Mr. Wright, that's completely different from the testimony you gave previously.
Truth! I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was afraid you wouldn't believe the truth.
You'll have to forgive if I say I hardly find your current testimony any more credible.
Miss Philly, please begin your cross-examination.
Please, Mr. Wright, don't tell any more lies.
The truth is, I went because she called me.
Have you ever met the victim before then?
No, never. But the day he called me up and told me he wanted to talk about Dolly.
This Dolly person is?
It's kind of embarrassing. She's my, sweetheart.
What was that for, Mia?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just felt like slapping something all of a sudden.
What?
Dahlia Hawthorne was also the lover of the murder victim, Doug Swallow, before she met Mr. Wright, that is.
So it was one of those nasty love triangles. I see.
He was in the pharmaceutical department, so we agreed to meet at 2:45 behind that building.
Was it Mr. Swallow who indicated you should meet at 2:45?
Yeah, we were both there right on time.
You say the victim was in the pharmaceutical department, correct?
Yeah, he was studying how to manufacture and improve pharmaceuticals. Everyone called him the alchemist of IVU.
An alchemist, I see.
I gotta admit, it was a little suspicious. He had the whole laboratory and everything. It was filled with chemicals and strange machines that run on high voltage electricity.
Oh, how fascinating. He sounds like he was quite an ambitious young man.
What do I do?
Maybe I should ask him for some more details?
About the timing of the meeting.
So you're absolutely certain you met at 2:45?
Yeah, pretty sure that's the time class ends. But they're always doing experiments, so it doesn't matter much.
Experiments?
Yeah, those pharmacology guys are always in the lab whipping up something.
Well, it looks like he's right about the time anyway.
Witness, let's go on with your testimony.
Let's see, I want to press on the second thing, so that's why I'm pressing the same one again. About pharmacology department.
I was wondering if you could tell us a bit more about the pharmacology department.
Well, okay, I don't know all that much though.
Well, a little bit earlier in your testimony, you said something interesting. You said the department uses strange machines that run on high voltage electricity.
That's right, and they sure look dangerous. They use non-standard voltage, so there are high voltage cables everywhere.
High voltage cables?
Yeah, they were electrical poles set up all around the building. The high voltage cables run overhead around the roof.
Finally, I think we're getting somewhere.
We talked for a bit and then around 3 we split up.
So, what was it you were talking about?
You know, that maybe we should hang out again sometime.
Hang out sometime? I wish that were true.
Then later, when I went back, I found him lying there.
So, you say we went back?
Yeah, that's when I found the body.
Yes, but why did you go back in the first place? Weren't you angry at him? With him?
Well, that's right, I was.
Then why, Mr. Wright? Why did you go back there?
I thought maybe we could make up. It's you! It's you!
Judging by the atmosphere, I'm pretty sure no one's buying this.
I've been taking Cold Killer X for at least 2 or 3 days.
It's rather unusual. It's rather unusual to catch a cold this time of year, isn't it?
Yeah, I always get a little careless when the weather starts to warm up. I guess I shouldn't sleep with the window open this early in spring, huh?
I suppose common sense is not always common. So, did anyone else know that you were taking cold medicine?
Well, I always take one after meals, so I'm pretty sure all my friends knew about it. But I lost my bottle around the lunchtime on the day of the accident.
On the day of the incident, what did you do for lunch?
Huh? What does that have to do with anything?
You can never be too sure.
I always eat with Dolly. Just the 2 of us. Dolly's homemade lunches were just the greatest. Her mini omelets are magically delicious.
Youch! Why did you punch me in the jaw?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I just felt like hurting someone all of a sudden.
She's violent. She does not like puns or anything. It's kind of funny.
I think that's enough for now. So the defendant and the victim met at approximately the time of his death. And then the defendant returned to the scene for some unknown reason.
I'm not entirely convinced his explanation about the medicine bottle either.
Let me be frank here, Mr. Wright. Your testimony cannot be trusted.
What do you mean?
I knew it was too much work for a little girl.
However, there is one mystery that still remains.
There is, Your Honor?
How the murder was carried out, of course. Just how was the victim electrocuted? I don't believe the murder weapon has been pronounced yet, correct?
Well, that is you are correct, Your Honor.
How exactly was Mr. Swallow killed? If I could somehow establish how it was done, maybe I could still come out of this mess smelling like a rose. Your Honor!
Yes, Miss Faye?
I believe that if we were to piece together everything we've heard up until now, we should be able to solve the mystery of how Mr. Swallow died.
That would be most impressive.
Quite a brash statement coming from a rookie. But even a beginner like you must understand the basic rules of the court, yes? An attorney must be able to sustain their arguments with evidence.
Of course I know that. Actually, I had totally forgotten about that.
Now then, Miss Ray, let me see what you've got. Show me how you believe the victim was electrocuted.
Really, Your Honor? Are you serious? Are you looking at the same picture as me? Is everybody looking at the same picture? Do you see the electrical lines there? Does everybody see that? Isn't that like the second thing you notice? Also, there's an umbrella there, Your Honor. Why is there an umbrella there? It's not raining, Your Honor. What is this? I don't understand. There's like so many things wrong with this photo. I don't even see the medicine in his hand in this photo. There's no medicine in his hand in this photo, Your Honor. Also, it's like nighttime. Didn't they find his body in the day, Your Honor? Also, it doesn't look like he gelled his hair that day. Are you sure he was going to school? I mean, wouldn't you want to gel your hair? Also, what about... Why is he wearing a jacket? It's like what? You just said it was the beginning of spring? Isn't it like really sunny during the spring? What? Then I don't understand, Your Honor. How are you not seeing this picture? Take that. No, I said take that. What are you doing? I said take it. Take it. Take that.
As for the cause of death, I'd say this picture captures it very well.
What? But there is nothing even remotely resembling a murder weapon here. I'm afraid the defense is going to have to explain this in a bit more detail. Miss Ray, where exactly in this photo is a murder weapon?
Really, Your Honor? Really?
Well, naturally, it's right here.
What is that?
A severed electrical cable, I believe, Your Honor. Remember the testimony we've heard. The machines to pharmacology students use their experiments required. The machines the pharmacology students use in their experiments require high voltage. And because of that, there are special high voltage cables strung up everywhere.
So when the high volt, so then the high voltage cable.
Yes, the high voltage cable is the cause of death. That is the most likely explanation.
That certainly sounds plausible. Well, Mr. Payne, what do you have to say to this?
Well, I believe some praise is in order.
Don't toy with me, old man.
Now, the victim's cause of death may indeed have been a high voltage cable. However, I want you to think about what that really implies. The only one who had the opportunity to use a cable as a murder weapon was the defendant.
That much is certainly true.
Yes, and that's not all. We have proof. Invaluable proof that will establish that Mr. Wright was the murderer.
But you do? Well, what is it?
His fingerprints.
Fingerprints? You mean the defendant's fingerprints were on something besides the medicine bottle?
Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. As you can see, the victim is wearing a leather jacket. As you may know, leather holds fingerprints quite well.
You mean...
Yes, that was quite clearly imprinted on the chest area of the victim's jacket. The palm print of the defendant's very own hand.
What?
I can only think of one way Mr. Wright could have left a print like that. Intent on murder, he squarely pushed the victim towards the severed electrical cable.
Order! 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 That's enough. I think we can conclude that there is no reason to continue this cross-examination. Stick a fork in us. We're done.
Mr. Grossberg.
My hemorrhoids never lie. The show is over, Mia. I knew that boy was guilty the first time I saw him.
No, you're wrong. Mr. Wright is innocent.
No further evidence is required to convince me of this man's guilt.
Your Honor.
At this time, I am prepared to render a verdict in this case. Do you have something further to add, Miss Fay?
Is this what you want, Mr. Wright? You still haven't told us the truth. The whole truth. If you don't say something now, the judge is going to hand down his verdict.
But I can't. I can't say it. If I told you what really happened, then
It's okay, Mr. Wright. I'm your attorney. You can trust me. Miss Fay. No matter what it is you have to say, I believe in you, and I'll represent you to the very end.
We've already established the defendant's guilt. There's no further need for him to say anything.
wait a minute.
Mr. Wright.
I'll tell what really happened.
I believe you told Mr. Wright. There's no need for further.
I did it. I admit it. I pushed him. It's my fault. But my fault that Doug swallow.
That girl, you shouldn't.
Hey, it's none of your business.
I'm telling you for your sake. If you continue to see her, it's going to be bad news.
You're lying.
Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl.
Stop it. Don't talk about her that way. Like that.
What you just said? Was that the truth?
Yes. I was afraid if I told you the truth, everyone would think I was the murderer for sure.
Well, as things stand, we're absolutely convinced you are.
But please give me one more chance to explain. This time I swear, I swear I'll tell the whole truth.
It'll be okay, won't it, Miss Fay?
I believe in you.
Oh, thank you. I still can't believe it. he really did push the victim.
It feels like my head and hemorrhoids are doing the Harlem Shake.
That guy, he was talking about bad about Dolly. I lost my temper and gave him a shove. At that moment, I heard some kind of loud noise.
I knew while after I left, I started to get, I knew a little while after I left, I started to get worried.
So I went back, and he was lying there, dead.
The explanation is really quite simple. You pushed him. Mr. Swallow flew back and touched the electrical cable. He died from a shock. And that's, as you say, that is that.
A simple explanation indeed.
At the time of the incident, a light rain had been falling. When from the rain, the victim was more easily electrocuted.
But when I pushed him there weren't any electrical cables nearby. If there had been something like that, I would have noticed it.
That's true. Even a doofus like him couldn't miss that.
Miss Fee, let me warn you right now that if your cross-examination doesn't yield any new facts, I intend to deliver my verdict without further delay. Are we clear on that?
Yes, Your Honor. Don't give up, Mia. If he is innocent, there must be some kind of evidence somewhere that will prove it.
That guy, he was talking bad about Dolly.
So what kind of things did Mr. Swallow say to you?
He said all sorts of terrible things about Dolly. He said that she was a bad girl.
A bad girl, eh? Is that all?
Yep.
Well, Miss Fee, you heard him yourself.
Oh boy. Oh boy. You're not doing yourself any favors here, Mr. Wright. Please don't make this harder for me than it already is.
Anyway, after he said that, I lost my temper and gave him a shove.
Can you tell me about what happened in a little more detail?
That guy, he just said what he wanted to say to me. And then he put on the jacket he was holding and started to leave.
Why is he wearing it? Why does he have an umbrella? I don't understand. Why is he... Okay. Oh yeah, it was drizzling, that what Mr. Payne said. Whatever.
And that's when I lost my temper and flew into a furious frenzy. I just gave him a light, gentle shove to the chest.
And when you did that, there was no severed cable anywhere to be seen?
Right, there was nothing like that at all.
It is possible that you merely overlooked it. But it is possible that you merely overlooked it.
Well, I guess it's possible.
What are you doing? Don't let that guy steamroll over you like a cheap asphalt.
I believe what's important here is the moment the push occurred. Let's continue with the testimony, witness.
At the moment, I heard some kind of loud noise.
A loud noise? And what would you say that noise was, Mr. Wright?
I'm not sure, but it was really loud. It was like, snap! You know, come to think of it, I wonder what that was.
Clearly, Your Honor, it was the sound of the victim being electrocuted.
You're not qualified to decide that. What should I do? I'm treading on some dangerous ground here. Mr. Wright, that loud noise you heard may be extremely important. So try to remember what it was.
How do I put it? It was like a sharp crack.
Could it have been? Yes? Could it have been? Hurry up, tell us.
When I pushed him, he dropped the umbrella he was holding. He fell right on top of it and it broke. And that was probably the noise I heard.
An umbrella? And did that umbrella belong to the victim?
Yeah, it was a plastic umbrella, cheap and frail, like, kind of like the owner. Then again, I wish I had any kind of umbrella. It was totally soaked to the bone.
Miss Faye, what do you think? Is there something important in the testimony just now?
Well...
Sure.
This is it, Mia. The new information you've been waiting for. Of course it's important. No, this cheap umbrella is more than important. It's vital. I want to officially have it entered into the testimony.
How perfectly fitting. Flimsy information for a flimsy lawyer.
The court agrees to the defense's request. Witness, please add the bit about the cheap umbrella to your testimony.
After Shelton, he fell down on top of his cheap umbrella.
So, Mr. Swallow fell on top of his umbrella? Are you certain of this?
Yeah, it was right under him.
Actually, if I hadn't been under him, I was planning on borrowing it myself.
The umbrella, you mean?
Well, yeah, you see, I was wearing the sweater here. Dari stayed up late for nights at a time, knitting it for me. I didn't want the rain to dampen the handmade symbol of her love.
Ooh, my stomach is not to be used as your personal soccer ball, Mia.
I'm so sorry.
Continue with your testimony, witness.
Why does Mia hate anything that has to do with lovey-dovey stuff? A little after I left, I started to get worried.
After you shoved the victim, did you leave the scene of the scene right away?
Yes, I did. I
admit it. I was furious.
You left without even checking Mr. Swallow's condition?
Well, yeah, but like I said, I got worried about him later. So I went back and he was lying there, dead.
At the time, Did you see anyone else at the scene of the crime?
Nope, nobody.
Jeez, could that stupid cough possibly sound any phonier?
In that case, it's very hard to believe someone else could have been the murderer. Then, unless we can find something that shows his innocence from that testimony, my dear, I'm afraid that the judge will make his final decision with no remorse whatsoever.
Yes, sir. Right now, I need more info. Info that will help me turn up some contradictions.
Let's see. There's something about the cheap umbrella. Fell on top of the cheap umbrella. Everybody ready to object with me? You guys ready? Because we're going to present the picture again, because the umbrella clearly is not under him. It is to the side of him. You ready, chat? From 15 seconds from now. We're going to present the photo because the umbrella is not under him, nor does it look broken, or does it? Well, the handle's kind of broken, so maybe, but it's definitely not under him, like whatsoever. It's definitely on top. So,
Objection!
Objection!
Why didn't you testify about the umbrella from the very beginning?
Come on, if I had mentioned that.
It would have been... I would have been able to counter the prosecution's argument earlier.
What do you mean by that?
Take another look at the crime scene's photo. According to Mr. Wright, the victim fell on top of his umbrella. However, if you look closely, the umbrella is nowhere near the victim. Actually, it's by the electrical pole.
Maybe you're absolutely right.
The conclusion here is obvious. After the defendant left, the victim moved from where he fell. In other words, after he was pushed by the defendant, Mr. Swallow was still alive.
No!
Order! The victim, he moved? Mr. Payne, the umbrella in this photo, where is it now?
Well, it was collected by the police at the crime scene.
I want them presented as evidence immediately.
But the umbrella could have simply been blown there by the wind.
let me look at the umbrella. Owned by the victim, found broken near the electrical pole at the crime scene.
Objection!
According to the testimony, the victim fell on top of the umbrella. There's simply no way it could have been blown there by the wind.
But
I know this matter of the umbrella seems relatively trivial, but as long as the smallest doubt remains, I cannot render a final judgment.
no!
I must say, I still find it hard to believe that a huge hole has been blown in the prosecution's case by the defendant's testimony. Well done, Mia.
Hold on. What is this? The victim fell on top of the umbrella, and there was a loud sound when this happened.
Mr. Payne, what are you chuckling about?
Pardon me, Your Honor. It seems I was expecting too much of a free ride. It was foolish to think I could establish guilt through cross-examination alone.
I'm afraid I don't follow what you're saying.
Let me guess. You have another witness.
Exactly. And this witness's testimony is incontrovertible.
Well, who is this witness?
Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
Dahlia Hawthorne? You don't mean Dolly?
I do, Your Honor. The defendant's very own lover is a witness to the whole thing. That's right. She was at the scene of the crime when the murder took place.
What?
I'm sorry to break the bad news to you, my dear.
Bad news? You couldn't be more wrong. Actually, I've been waiting for this.
You can't be serious.
Mia, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? I think this is a good point for us to stop. Court will now enter a 20-minute recess. Afterwards, we will listen to the testimony of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
Miss, I'm sorry about what happened back there.
It's alright. At least you told us the truth in the end, Mr. Wright.
Yeah, I guess I can start to relax then, huh?
Relax, my boy. You can't be serious after hiding such important facts.
But the next witness is Dolly, right? She'll save me. I just know she will.
Why do you think that?
Huh? What do you mean? She's the love of my life, that's why.
The love of your life, huh? Would you mind telling me about you and Miss Dahlia Hawthorne?
Sure, no problem. Dolly and I, we first met about 8 months ago, right here in this very courthouse. Actually, I was studying to be a lawyer on the side. Anyway, one day we just bumped into each other in the reading room downstairs. That's why I really think it was fate that brought us together. As soon as I first set eyes on her, I knew she was the one for me. Oh, here, take a look at this. She gave this to me the day we met as a symbol of our love. She had been wearing it around her neck that day, but then she took it off. But before she gave it to me, she said, "I want you to carry this."
So, she gave you it as a present, I see.
This darling little bottle is filled with memories of my darling little Dolly.
It certainly is a little bottle, isn't it?
It made me so happy. I show it to everyone I meet. I want to share my happiness with the whole world.
Anyway. So after that, you and Miss Hawthorne started dating?
Yes, but she's so shy. Every time I see her, she always says the same thing to me. Please give it back now.
Oh, what a strange girl, asking for a present back like that.
By the way, Mr.
By the way, Mr. Wright, the day you first met Dahlia Hawthorne 8 months ago, it wouldn't happen to have been on August 27th, would it?
Huh? Yeah, it is, but why did you...
This happened on August 27th right here in this courtroom.
What's this? A newspaper clipping? Let's see. Murder in the courthouse?
Murder?
What are you reading there? Let me see that. Oh, I see. Mia, I think I understand what you're trying to say. But I think I understand why you suddenly took such interest in this case. You believe there is some connection between the two cases, am I correct? I hope you don't mind.
I hope you don't mind, Mr. Grossberg. I need to finish this myself.
Yes, I'm afraid what you have will not be enough, my dear. I'll go and have a look in the downstairs reading room and see what else I can find.
Thank you.
I want to do whatever I can to help you, Mia. Well, it looks like recess is about over. We'd better get moving.
I guess so. That recess sure seemed longer than 20 minutes, though. To be continued.
It looks like we reached our first to be continued point of the game. We're going to be taking a break, chat. But thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it very much. If you guys would, share the stream with whoever you can just by clicking that link right there. You can easily retweet it, or you can make a quote out of it, whatever you would like. The easiest one is just click, retweet, and that's all you have to do. We'll be right back with more Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations. You guys, I just grabbed myself a quick sandwich because I didn't eat breakfast, but we'll be right back really soon. I want to thank the people that did go out of the way and retweeted the stream. We actually got 17 retweets, which is insane because we never get even over like 5 retweets in the first hour of streaming. And now we have 17, so. Casey K, thank you for the retweet. Seifel, Dredden, Mr. Calabazel, Spawn retweets. I'm guessing that's a bot. And Dog Crash, Twitcher News, another bot. AO Gaming, RTs, that's another bot. Twitch Life, that's another bot. Trex HD, M Shadows, Streamer Tweeter, that's another bot. Sharia, Chaos Reeve, Quantum Play, bot. Mango 81 and Wolf Duricana. Thank you all for all of the retweets, and thank you everybody for the host as well. Like I said, I've said this before, but I like letting people know again, just in case. But while playing this game, it's really hard to talk to chat and read, to read chat and read the game, because I stumble over my words a lot as it is. And also, I don't like to break the moments within the game. Like, if I talk, it'll usually be during quiet scenes or during, like, investigating or, like, trying to figure something out. But for the most part, there's a significantly less amount of interaction with the chat. But I hope you guys enjoy what you're watching anyway, and hope you guys understand. I'm gonna finish this sandwich and we'll start up again. By the way, thank you for all the follows within the past 24 hours. Within the past 24 hours, we have had Leiden Rai, MCI1, Ichi127, Dredden1228, Rainer19 underscores, Meeper, and Iron Beetle TV as followers. Thank you very much for following, I appreciate it. I'm done with the sandwich, so we are gonna come back. And yes, links are permitted, just no porn, gore, or violence. And yeah, there's no rule against links. No porn, gore, or violence. That's all I ask. Or porn, gore, or viruses. I don't know why I say violence. Porn, gore, or viruses. Bing, 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 bing. Alright. Let us continue. I have tacos being made right now. But I won't be eating that for another something hours. It'll just be there ready.
Court will now reconvene. Mr. Payne, please call your witness.
This next person is someone who witnessed the crime as it happened. The prosecution calls Miss Dahlia Hawthorne to the stand.
What is this stiff silence?
In my long career as a judge, I have been deceived by many witnesses. It is my job to doubt, to take no one at their word. But in your case, I must admit that you radiate a glow of complete sincerity.
I can't believe he actually said that.
No witness. Could you please state your full name?
Don't worry, sweetie. There's no need to be nervous.
If anyone says anything rude, you can be sure that I'll cut them down, right down to size.
And I will bash them with my gavel.
I love how they look straight at me when they say that.
Thank you. For calming my nerves. You're all so nice. I almost feel right at home.
Not at all.
It was nothing.
If we may move on now, what is your full name and occupation?
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. In a junior, I'm a junior in literature at Ivy University. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
The honor is all mine.
No, the honor is all mine.
Well, we know whose milkshake brings all the boys to the yard.
Sir?
Is there something I can help you with?
You just go on and say whatever's on your mind.
I'm sure that there must be some kind of mistake. Beanie wouldn't kill anyone, I just know it.
Yes, I can see why you say that.
She's going to be a tough witness, alright? It only took her 12 seconds to wrap them all around her little finger.
Now then, please proceed with the testimony. Let's hear what you witnessed on the day of the incident, if you please.
I'd been planning to go back to Feeney's place after class was over. Feeny and Dougie, they were talking behind the building. And then suddenly, Dougie got all wobbly and just collapsed. That's when Feeny noticed and that I was there. I went to go find some other students and they called for the authorities.
I don't know what to say. According to you, Miss Hawthorne, the defendant didn't do anything wrong.
Young lady, as old as I am, even I recall how hot the flames of young passion can burn. Nevertheless, it is my job to discover the truth. Please, tell us the truth.
But I would never.
Hold it!
That's more than enough, witness. I won't allow you this to continue.
What do you mean by that?
Please, just let me proceed with my cross-examination, Your Honor. I, for one, don't plan to win my case on a bunch of paper-thin lies.
You haven't changed a bit. Mia Fey.
What's this? So, you two are acquainted?
Yes. We've met before, once.
In any case, Miss Fay, the floor is all yours.
It's good to see you again, Madame Fey.
Madame, I'm no one's grandma yet, girlie.
I had been planning to go to back to Feeny's place after class was over.
Hold it!
Now, unless I'm mistaken, Mr. Wright, is in the art department. If that's the case, then what were you doing by the pharmacology building?
Well, I'm in the literature department. I'm studying Japanese Senryu poetry.
Oh, how wonderful. It's that humorous yet satirical style of haiku, yes?
Nothing left to do. When a man reaches this age, sleep is his best friend.
I suppose it's supposed to be poetry? Sounds more like a midnight crisis to me.
For me to get to the department, I have to walk through that back area.
Yes, I see. That makes sense. Then when I want to enter the courthouse, I always walk through the front doors.
How else would you enter? Teleportation?
Feeny and Dougie, they were walking behind the building.
Hold it!
So who is this Dougie person?
Oh, I'm sorry. Doug Swallow, we were dating until about 8 months ago.
So, what were Dougie, Miss Swallow, and Mr. Wright talking about anyway?
How can you be so mean? I would never eavesdrop. I wasn't raised to be so rude and unrefined.
That's right, Miss Fay.
Don't drag the witness down to your level.
Why am I being demonized here?
Please go on. What did you see next?
And suddenly, Dougie got all wobbly and just collapsed.
Hold it!
Are you saying that the victim was just collapsed on his own?
Yes.
In other words, the victim never touched the victim. The defendant never touched the victim, is that right?
I was watching the whole time. Feeding never did a thing to Dougie.
If I press her now for no good reason, I just know the judge will get angry with me. So what should I do about her testimony just now? Feeble lies are not very welcome, Miss Hawthorne. So let's drop them, shall we?
But what? I would never.
Miss May, I would not allow you to badger this witness. I believe the defense is engaged in a fishing expedition. That is, she has no supporting... Please don't glare at me like that. I'm just doing my job.
Now then, Miss Hawthorne. The defendant's palm print was found on Mr. Swallow's leather jacket. It has already been shown that Mr. Wright did in fact push the victim.
What?
There's no need to try to cover for the defendant. It would be much better if you came out and told us the whole truth.
There's nothing to worry about, young lady. Just tell us everything you saw.
Hey, yes, Your Honor. I will. If you don't mind, I'd like to revise my testimony.
Looks like we're finally getting somewhere.
Actually, I didn't see the moment he pushed Dougie.
Hold it!
You didn't see it?
Well, I saw the moment when Dougie fell to the ground.
At that time, there was only 2 of them at the scene. At the scene? The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and the victim, Doug Swallow?
Yes, that's right. It didn't look like they were fighting, and I didn't hear anything unusual either.
Hold it!
So then, what did you look when they were doing? So then, what did it look like they were doing to you?
I thought they were having a nice family afternoon conversation.
Oh, give me a break.
That's why I really wasn't watching them all that closely.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all?
No, nothing at all, Mr. Judge.
Oh, I like the sound of that. Mr. Judge. Now then, please proceed with your testimony.
I went to go find I went to go find some other student, and they called the authorities.
Hold it!
When you say students, do you mean students from the pharmacological department?
Yes, they're all very fond of their drugs.
Please try to stay on topic. So to find some pharmaceutical students, pharmacology students, you went to the labs, correct?
That's what I was planning to do, but in the end, I wound up not going. A group of about 10 research students came running about the building entrance. Somehow, they all seemed to know about what's going on.
And the students knew what was going on? But how would the students have known what was going on?
Well, I don't know for sure what happened. They knew what had happened. It's just, they all seemed kind of excited about something.
It doesn't look like I'm going to get any more info from the students.
So, did the students call the police?
Yes, I was so panicked.
Yes, well, anyone would have been, my dear.
girl, she's telling a super obvious lie. And she knows it. She's just pretending to protect Mr. Wright. Yes, that's gotta be it. Way to go, Mia. Okay, that means I'm gonna have to dig deep to find a contradiction on this one.
I'm planning to go to Feeney's place. Feeny and Dougie. I didn't see. It didn't look like they're fighting, and I didn't hear anything unusual. Okay, chat, you ready to object with me in about 15 seconds? We're gonna object to the fact that she didn't hear anything, because obviously she had to have heard the umbrella breaking. So, owned by the victim, found broken near the electrical pole scene of the crime. I think that's what I need to present. It snapped, so you had to hear it, right? Giant snap. So,
Objection!
Objection!
oops, maybe not. Maybe that wasn't it.
Does this evidence establish? Does this evidence establish that the defendant is lying?
Don't ask me. You're the one who's supposed to know.
Oops, sorry. This is still kind of new to me.
Well, I've got something new for you too. A new penalty. Objection denied.
This isn't going so smoothly as I hoped.
Well, she had to hear it. I just maybe didn't present the correct evidence. Didn't hear anything unusual, so... What would... Victim fell on top of the umbrella and there was a loud sound. Okay, this is what I had to. So, I'm gonna object, chat.
Objection!
Objection!
You say you didn't hear anything unusual? Is that correct?
Yes, that's why I was very relaxed. That's why I was very relaxed and scenery around me.
That's nice, but I find that a little odd. I have here the testimony of your boyfriend, Mr. Phoenix Wright, and he clearly testified to the effect that when he pushed the victim, he heard a sharp, loud noise.
He said that?
If you were really that close, if you're really that close to the two of them, why didn't you hear the noise as well?
Well, maybe the noise was just, wasn't all that memorable.
Objection!
According to Mr. Wright's testimony, it was a sharp noise, like a snap. There's no way a noise like that could fail to make an impression.
May I have a moment to answer?
By all means.
I know the reason why I didn't hear the noise. You see, the truth is, I had my headphones on, and I was listening to music at the time.
Headphones? You mean both of your ears were covered?
The rain was just beginning to let up, but it seemed as though Thor wasn't ready for his fun to come to an end. So the sky continued to flash and rumble.
The sky, huh? The thunder and lightning, huh?
Yes, I'm afraid of the sound of thunder. So I put my headphones to plug it out.
Well, Your Honor, as you can see, there weren't any contradictions in her testimony after all.
Wait a sec. Mia, the testimony just now. She said something that could totally change the whole case.
She didn't hear anything. She was listening to music. There was lightning.
Your Honor, there is a problem with the witness's testimony.
What do you mean?
Didn't you notice? She said there was lightning, correct?
Yes, what about it?
Well, lightning is actually a large discharge of electricity in the atmosphere. Am I correct? Am I right?
Now's not the time for a science lesson, Miss Fay.
Yes, Your Honor. Anyway, since the cause of lightning was electrocution, isn't it possible that the victim died by being hit by a bolt of lightning?
I must admit that the thought had not occurred to me.
Just what kind of thoughts do occur to this guy anyway? This entire case is built on the premise that Mr. Doug Swallow was murdered. But that very premise itself is mistaken. The defense believes that Mr. Swallow was in fact the victim of a stray bolt.
It appears the defense may be onto something. Could it be that the death was actually accidental?
Alright, you did it, Mia. I'll be taking that not guilty verdict now.
I'm hurt that you have such a low opinion of me, Miss Fay.
Huh?
I'm not a fool, you know. The prosecution has done its research, Your Honor. We found that there were no lightning strikes on that day at that location.
What?
What's more, we have evidence that the electrical cable is definitely linked to this case.
Evidence, Mr. Payne. What is this evidence?
This affidavit.
And who is this affidavit from?
The pharmacology students who were conducting experiments in their lab that day. Allow me to read out the testimony of the pharmacological students. All equipment in the lab lost power all of a sudden at around 3 p.m. that day.
Was it a blackout?
All the lab equipment runs on high voltage, Your Honor.
So you're saying that the equipment was lost because the power was lost because...
Precisely. They lost power because of the severed electrical cable. The power outage occurred approximately at 3 p.m.
Which fits the time of the death, listed in the autopsy report.
Exactly. In other words, the victim died because of the result of touching severed electrical cables. According to the students, the cables were very old. They were planning on having them replaced in the near future.
I see.
Apparently, the cables had become so brittle that even the smallest bump could have caused them to break.
However, there is one thing that troubles me.
Me too, Your Honor, that I don't know what the new evidence says. Loud noise, small bottle necklace to Wright on the day they met. And it shows it to everyone. The article from 8/28, almost 8 months ago. Very little information is being disclosed at this time since the victim of yesterday's incident in the district courthouse cafeteria is said to have been a lawyer. However, police are questioning the 19-year-old female college student who was sitting with the victim. Murder in the court. And then student's testimony, the old power cable broke. There's some impact at 2:55. And when did they meet up? They said they met up. He died at 3 p.m., but they were supposed to meet up at 2:45.
However, there is one thing that troubles me. If that cable could have been broken by any small bump, then wouldn't have snapped if it hadn't been bumped into. Then it wouldn't have snapped. Then it wouldn't have snapped if it hadn't been bumped into, correct?
Well, I suppose you could say that.
Miss Fee, do you have any thoughts regarding the cause of the severed cables?
Your Honor. I don't like how this is looking one bit. I have to come up with something to try to regain momentum. If it pleases the court, the defense would like to state its opinion.
Well then, let's hear it. Who or what was the cause of the cable to break?
Who or what was the cause of the cable to break? Who or what was the cause of the cable to break? Who or how am I supposed to know this? Who or what was the cause that caused the cable to break? I want to say it was Dahlia, just because I don't trust her, but that doesn't say anything. Was it the umbrella? Let's go, no. No. Victim fell on top of his umbrella. There was a loud sound when this happened. A loud sound. Would it be that then? Owned by the victim, found broken near the electrical pole at the scene of the crime. Found near the... maybe. It could be the umbrella. Don't think it was a cold medicine. Thinking stuff. It wasn't the watch or anything like that. Or maybe it could have been the victim. But there's nothing like definitive, like saying, yeah, that was what caused it. Oh, I guess maybe. The umbrella. I'm leaning towards the umbrella. I don't know, chat. This is tough. This is tough, chat. I'm gonna say it's the umbrella. Take that!
Take that!
This is it. This is why the cable snapped.
Well, Your Honor.
I believe the only thing that has snapped is the mind of the defense.
Wow, that was one of your best lines yet, Your Honor.
Ouch. That was harsh. Please, Your Honor. Give me one more chance.
Well then, let's hear it. Who or what was the cause of the cable break?
Then... it was Dahlia.
Take that!
This is it. This is why the cable snapped.
Okay, then they're not. At least I'm not getting penalized. Dun, dun, doo, 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 doo. Who or what? Then it would have to be Doug, right?
Take that!
No. It wasn't Phoenix, was it? I mean, maybe. Dun, dun. I don't think it was Phoenix, but
Take that!
Your Honor, please think back to Mr. Wright's testimony.
The defendant's testimony?
He said that after he pushed the victim, he heard a loud, sharp noise. Now then, this happened at 3 p.m., correct?
Yes, that sounds right. Wait, are you saying that?
The lab equipment lost power at 2:55 p.m., which fits right in Mr. Wright's timeline. In other words, it was Mr. Wright's shove that caused the power outage.
I guess.
Yes, the prosecution also came to that same conclusion. And it was the very shove that caused Mr. Swallow to be electrocuted.
Objection!
I'm afraid I can't agree with you there, Mr. Payne.
What's that supposed to mean?
Take a good look at where the victim landed after being shoved. See the umbrella? It's by the electrical pole. That's right, the victim banged into the pole as the result of being pushed. It was that impact that caused the cable to break.
Well, that makes sense. And then the victim was electrocuted.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but no, it doesn't make sense at all. If the victim was shoved into the far pole, then he couldn't have been electrocuted by the severed cable in the foreign ground here. In other words, someone other than my client must have electrocuted the victim.
Order! Order in the court!
The lamentations of my enemy. How I've longed to hear them.
It's true. The defense is absolutely correct. There doesn't seem to be any way the defendant could have...
Mr. Judge, sir? May I say something? The Madame attorney explanation. She said something she said some things that are a little different than I remember them. What the? Please, just once more. May I please testify one last time? Please, Mr. Judge?
Well, of course it's all right. You just go right ahead and give us your new testimony.
This is it. Her smile is starting to show her true colors.
And the truth is, Feeney pushed him twice. The first time was into the electrical pole, and that's when the cable broke. And Dougie tried his best to run away from him, but then Feeney caught up and crashed into him from behind. And the cable snapping and Dougie being electrocuted, it all happened in less than a minute.
After being shoved, the victim got up and tried to run away.
And that is what the defendant pushed him for the second time.
I'm sorry, Feeny, but I just have to tell the truth. I'm doing the right thing. Am I, Mr. Judge?
Of course you are, my dear. As painful as it may seem, you are. Now then, Miss Fee, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
The truth is, Feeny pushed him twice.
Hold it!
Miss Hawthorne, previously in your testimony you said the following. Actually, I didn't see the moment he pushed Dougie.
I know. I'm sorry. I wanted to protect Feeny.
So why wouldn't you basically lied to the court?
I was a bad girl. I know. Mr. Judge,
Yes?
would you please forgive little old me?
Of course he won't. That is perjury.
Oh, come now. It was just a little white lie. We'll forget about it this time, but please be more careful now. All right, from now on, all right?
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Judge.
Not at all.
The judge had better be more careful himself. A dark alley is friendlier than that girl.
The first time was into the electrical pole. That's when the cable broke.
Hold it!
You're saying you actually saw the victim get pushed into the electrical pole?
I know it doesn't look it, but Feeny can be a bit of an imp when he wants to be.
Oh, really?
But I never imagined that he would cause an electrical cable to break. Feeny really is scary when he gets mad.
Yes, he sounds like a very dangerous individual indeed.
Then Dougie tried his best to run away from him.
Hold it!
So let me get this straight. You're happily listening to music on your headphones while you watch this scene unfold?
Huh?
Miss Fee, I'll have to ask you to stop badgering my witness.
I wasn't happy. I was so scared that I couldn't even move. All I could do was stand there and cheer them on.
To cheer them on? What do you mean by that?
Well, I wished the best for them both, and that they would each give a fight their all. It's the fight their all.
That's very sweet of you to be so supportive.
And what happened after that?
But Feeny caught up to him and crashed into him from behind.
Hold it!
That doesn't sound quite right. There were handprints found on the chest of the victim's leather jacket. Mr. Payne, were there also prints found on the back of the leather jacket?
Well, no, there weren't.
Madame Fay, may I suggest that you listen a little more carefully? I said that he crashed into him from behind, right? My Feeny wouldn't leave any prints behind in that case, would he? The cable snapping and Dougie being electrocuted? It all occurred in less than a minute.
No, that's not true.
Did you actually witness the moment the victim was electrocuted?
I'm sorry. I didn't actually see it. I turned my eyes away.
That's understandable.
Yes, indeed. It would have been a horrific sight for anyone to behold.
If I don't figure out a contradiction here, it's all over. She didn't have much time to come up with her lie, so this is my best chance. There must be a hole in her testimony somewhere. Think, Mia.
The time is wrong. 5 minutes. 5 minutes is not equal to 1 minute. It all happened within 1 minute? I don't think so. No way, Jose. That is incorrect. That is not the right thing. You are not telling the truth. The truth is something that you are not saying. It all happened within 1 minute? I don't think so. We can present the autopsy or when the thing happened. I'm gonna hope that this works, that the autopsy will point out, but let's object, shall we, chat? All together now. Let's object together, and hopefully we're right, and there's just not a bunch of objections over my head for no reason. So, in about 10 seconds I'll do that. Yeah, 10? No, I'll just do it first, and you guys can follow along.
Objection!
Objection!
Oops. Dang it. Okay, fine, I get it. We won't write. It all happened within 1 minute? Gosh dang it. How do we prove it? I know it has something to do with this chat. I know it! Look at all the objections. Everybody else agrees with me. It has something. Where does it say the time span between the fighting? If there is a time span. Almost 8 months ago. I'm gonna go with this then. So again, chat.
Objection!
Wait. I type it in first, and then
Objection!
Objection!
That's enough, witness.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
You will in a minute. Could you please take a look at this picture?
Oh, that medicine. That's the one Feeny likes to take for his cold.
It's not the medicine I want you to look at. It's the wristwatch. It stopped at the precise time the victim was electrocuted. In other words, 3:05.
Yes, your point is, Miss Faye.
My point is this. At what time was it when the lab suffered the power outage due to the cable snapping?
Well, according to the student's testimony, it was. The answer is clear. It was 2:55. Yarm!
Would you care to explain to the court, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne, what exactly happened during this 10-minute interval? The defense proposes that it was during this interval that the real murderer killed Mr. Dog Swallow.
Order in the court.
This is nonsense. The real murderer.
Objection!
Even if you can't deny that the time between the cable break even you can't deny the time between the cable break and the electrocution. You are completely unaccounted for.
Then who was it? Who else are you saying could have done it?
There's only one person who could have murdered Mr. Swallow. Only after my client had left the scene. Was there a window of opportunity for the real killer?
Miss Faye, is the defense ready to indicate someone as this real killer?
It's finally time. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Yes, Your Honor, we are ready.
Very well, but remember, if you accuse the wrong person, you will be penalized. Think very carefully before you speak, Miss Faye. Now then, Miss Faye, let's have it. Who is the real killer?
Dahlia Hawthorne. It could only have been you, Dahlia Hawthorne.
What? How could
The defense is grasping at straws.
10 minutes passed between the time of the cable broke and the time of the electrocution. What exactly were you doing the whole time, Miss Hawthorne? Were you really listening to some music while cheering them both on as they fought? I find it hard to believe that you didn't lift a finger to stop the men dearest to you.
Order, Miss Faye. What? I mean, why? Then say...
Miss Hawthorne, I believe you did witness the... Miss Hawthorne, I believe you did witness when the two men fighting on that day. However, after Mr. Wright pushed the victim and subsequently left the scene, it was you who pushed Mr. Swallow to his death by your very own hands.
How could you say something so mean, Madame Faye? I didn't do anything.
Miss Faye, this is a very serious charge you are.
Your Honor, please, I have something I want to say.
What is it?
Please take everything the defense said just now from the record.
What the? Are you daft?
You're totally wrong, Miss Faye. Dolly, she couldn't do something like that.
Mr. Wright, get back to your seat. Bailiff, grab that man.
No,
Boy.
He's gotten himself in way over his head.
Oh, Mr. Grossberg, you're back.
It seems I have arrived just in the nick of time. I found the police report on the incident in the newspaper clipping.
Thank you so much. This is exactly what I've been hoping for.
What have we been hoping for? The report on the incident 8 months ago. Check. Location, district, house, cafeteria, date time, August 27th, 4 p.m. Victim, Diego Armando, age 28.
Yeah, that's my age.
Occupant, a lawyer. Suspect, Dahlia Hawthorne, age 19. Armando ingested poison while interviewing the subject regarding another case. Traces of poison were found in the victim's coffee cup. No poison was found in the vicinity or on the suspect's person. It is unclear how the poison entered the victim's coffee cup.
You better take a good look at it.
I already did.
Details how you came to lose your boyfriend. Now then, the defense has made a very serious accusation. Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this?
Well, Your Honor, that is I.
And may I interrupt you for just a moment, Mr. Prosecutor?
Don't worry, my dear. I have the situation well in hand. That is what I... Go ahead. Go right ahead.
Madame Faye, are you seriously accusing me of killing my sweet Dougie?
Yes, I am. Not only am I saying you murdered Doug Swallow, but you also tried to pin the whole thing on your current lover, Phoenix Wright.
I told you that. You should let me handle this. Sorry, please go ahead.
How can you say that? I'm absolutely devoted to my dear Feeny. The notion that I would try to frame him is ludicrous. This is also too much for poor little me to bear.
I believe this girl is trying to ask what on earth her motive would be.
The answer to that lies somewhere in this police report. It must. 8 months ago, an incident occurred in the basement cafeteria of this building. And then, that same day, the two of them accidentally met. Your Honor, the defense requests further testimony from Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
Further testimony? What about?
About the events of the day when she first met the defendant, Mr. Wright.
What could that possibly do with this case?
Objection!
The witness claims that she has no reason to frame the defendant, am I correct? Well, then I have evidence that suggests that she, in fact, had a very good reason.
Very well, then. The court will grant the defense's request. Young lady, would you mind staying on for just a bit longer?
Of course not, Mr. Judge.
Get ready for a battle of your lives, Dahlia Hawthorne.
It was I first met my darling Phoenix 8 months ago. It's like we were destined to meet in this very courthouse basement reading room. The moment our eyes met, my heart skipped a beat. We've been going out ever since that fateful day.
We're so lovey-dovey, we literally make people sick. It's just jealousy, I think.
Mr. Wright, do that again, and now you will be held in contempt of court.
And now, we enter the final act of our little drama.
As we used to go say in the days of my youth, go get her.
The first time I met my darling Feeny was 8 months ago.
Hold it!
So until that time, you had been dating Doug Swallow.
Yes, I'm a real fool, I know. Letting my emotions change so quickly, I'm ashamed of myself.
No, not at all. Look at me. I'm infamous for changing my mind. My critics have even taken to calling me the Judge Fickle.
Maybe you should look for a different line of work.
Despite that, however, he always hands down the correct verdict. Yeah, that's why some people also call him the Great Genie.
It's like we were destined to meet in this very courthouse's basement reading room.
Hold it!
The courthouse reading room? That's a strange place to meet the love of your life.
That's not true, Madame Faye. After all, Feeny was. Feeny was not only an art student, but he was also planning on becoming a lawyer.
I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about you, Miss Hawthorne. What was a literature student like you doing in the courthouse reading room?
This is a line of questioning that is a waste of time. It has nothing to do with a murder case.
Miss Faye, I'm warning you, this has nothing to do with Mr. Swallow's case.
I have to remember the judge is on Dahlia's side. I'd better tread carefully. Your Honor, if you'll allow me some latitude, I think I can establish relevance. Please ask her to continue with her testimony.
Very well. Young lady, I've got a simple question for you. What were you doing downstairs in the courtroom reading room?
If it pleases you, Your Honor, the answer is simply this. I had come to this courthouse to do some research for a paper I was writing.
Hold it!
You're writing a paper on what?
On the relationship between modern Senryu poetry and the criminal underworld.
Whoa, that sounds like a fascinating research idea.
Am I getting old? Now I've even forgotten what I've forgotten.
Again, with the midlife crisis stuff.
Mia, why did that girl really come to this courthouse? Isn't that what you wanted to know? And speaking of forgetting things, you haven't forgotten the police report, have you? I went through a lot of trouble to get it, my dear. So be sure to read it carefully.
The moment our eyes met, my heart skipped a beat.
Hold it!
So, what was it about Mr. Wright that made your heart malfunction like that? In my personal opinion, he just looks like a typical snotty-nosed college brat.
Perhaps to a woman your age, but to me, Feeny is handsome.
Perhaps to you, Miss Hawthorne, but to the rest of the planet, he's a dime a dozen.
Love is a mysterious thing, and I object to this line of questioning. If you were to look at my wife, for example, you might be shocked.
He's telling the truth. It was truly shocking.
A beautiful mushroom, growing tall in the case of in darkness. It comes from cow dung. That's the poem that best describes how I feel about my Feeny. We've been going out ever since that fateful day.
Hold it!
Were there any bad feelings between you and Mr. Swallow?
No, none at all. We parted on very good terms.
But that can't be.
Our investigation has shown that it was a clear breakup.
Huh?
Are you sure?
Yes, it seems that they both wanted it that way.
So the victim wanted to break up with her? So you're saying that Mr. Swallow wanted to break up with you?
Well, but you see,
What a cruel thing to ask a lovely young lady like this. By the way, I have never once considered leaving my wife.
No one cares, Mr. Payne.
She didn't deny it. That must mean Doc Swallow must have seen through her little act. He must have gotten a glimpse of her true nature.
Listen to me, Mia. That woman has the judge in the palm of her hand, you see. So the only way to discredit her is to find a contradiction in her testimony.
First met my darling Feeny. I had to come to this courthouse to do research for the paper I was writing. Bullcrap! You were here because of this police report. On August 27th, you were here. Suspect Dahlia Hawthorne. Then district location, victim, occupant, and suspect Dahlia Hawthorne. Trace of dead, no poison. This is why you were here, you dumb liar. Are you ready, chat? Is everybody ready to object with me? Object together, chat. After you see me object, go and do the thing and object. So 3, 2... Wait, no, I can't count it down. You guys are like 15 seconds behind me. So... Objection! Oh, dang it, I did it. It's so hard to like do multiple things at the same time. If somebody was like listening to me through Skype, that would be so much easier. But then that means somebody would be listening to a lot earlier. Anyways, again. Where did it go? Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Objection! Wait, objection!
Miss Hawthorne, you weren't here because of your research paper, were you? Didn't you actually come here for a much more important reason?
What is the meaning of this cocky smile on your face?
8 months ago, right here in the very courthouse, there was another tragedy.
Another tragedy?
Do you mean the incident in which the attorney was poisoned?
The name of the suspect in this incident is listed here in the report. And that name is Dahlia Hawthorne.
What?
Dahlia Hawthorne?
Yes, the sweetie pie of everyone's eye, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. She was the prime suspect in a criminal case just 8 months ago.
Order! This is unbelievable. Is it true then? The defendant is...
Miss Faye, that's not fair. You can't slander the witness in the case. I, Winston Payne, will not...
Mr. Prosecutor, I believe I was speaking.
Pardon me. Go right ahead.
It's true about 8 months ago. The police expressed some interest in me.
Express some interest in... huh?
Mr. Judge, sir, I know I'm under oath, so I'll tell the absolute truth. I didn't commit the crime that occurred during the incident 8 months ago.
I see.
Okay, I've tied the two crimes together. Now I've got to stay on the offensive.
Well done, Mia. Ooh, you really lit the fire in my heart and in my buttocks. I can hardly tell which is more inflamed, my spirits or my hemorrhoids.
I met the lawyer who was poisoned to discuss something in the cafeteria that day. I left my seat for just a moment, and that's when it happened. From what I heard, it was a liquid poison that is lethal, and with just 2 teaspoons. Not only that, I heard it was a poison very special, of a very special kind. So you see, I'm innocent. I wouldn't even know where to get a poison like that.
So that's what happened here 8 months ago.
However, you heard from the witness's testimony. She had nothing to do with it. I think that the defense is just about out of tricks.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Payne, but I'm afraid the defense has many more tricks up its sleeve today. And I'll be sure to show them to you before the end of this cross-examination.
Ah! What does the defense suddenly feel stronger?
Mia, you're glowing with your true lawyer's aura, my dear. That proud posture and self-confidence, absolutely smashing.
I met the lawyer who was poisoned to discuss something in the cafeteria that day.
What were you talking about with the defense attorney?
Well, I'm sorry, but that's confidential.
According to the report, you were being interviewed regarding another case.
The lawyer was the lawyer that was killed. He said he wanted to talk about an incident I was caught up in when I was younger.
Why don't you tell us about what the incident was?
That has absolutely nothing to do with this case.
Objection sustained. The defense's question is stricken from the record.
You'll get involved in a lot of incidents, don't you, Miss Hawthorne?
Well, I guess I was just born under a bad sign.
Go away, Daddy. I'll protect you.
You heard the man. Now that is true love, young lady.
Oh, Beanie, please.
Those two really are making me ill, albeit for decidedly different reasons.
I left my seat for just a moment, and then when it happened...
How long were you gone?
I already answered all these questions for the police. But if you must know, maybe like 10 or 20 minutes.
And where were you during that stretch of time? Using the toilet?
What are you saying, Miss Fay? Toilet? My perfect little Dory doesn't poop.
You heard the defendant, Miss Fay. Better luck next time.
Beanie, please.
The police has already looked at this whole matter. This line of questioning is nothing but a waste of court's time.
Objection sustained. Miss Hawthorne, please continue with your testimony.
From what I heard, it was a liquid poison with a lethal, that is lethal at 2 teaspoons.
How much liquid is 2 teaspoons?
Well, let me see. My bottle of eye drops says about half a fluid ounce, which is equal to 3 teaspoons.
So, it's about 2/3 of that amount, huh?
The poison was found in the lawyer's mug and coffee. It must have been after I left the table. Someone must have quietly slipped it in there. Not only that, I heard it was a very special kind of poison.
Hold it!
A special kind of poison? How so?
Well, I heard that it's almost impossible to detect.
Oh, and where would something like that come from?
I'm sorry. All I know is what I overheard the policeman saying. They said something about using advanced chemical processes to purify it.
Chemical processes? Well, that's quite impressive. Most impressive.
A better question is, how did the criminal get something like that?
So you see, I'm innocent. I wouldn't even know where to get a poison like that.
Hold it!
And that's the reason they didn't arrest you? Because no one could show how you could have gotten the poison?
See, that's a good enough reason, Madame Faye.
She's right, and I think we've all had enough of Miss Faye's questions.
So in essence, the main reason Miss Hawthorne was never arrested for this crime was because no one would show how she could have obtained the poison.
Then all you have to do is find a way to establish how she could have gotten some, right? Great. Now just how did a lit student get a hold of poison of all things?
Met the lawyer who had discussed something in the cafeteria that day. I left them for a moment. Teaspoon. Not only that, I heard there was a special kind of poison. So you see, I'm innocent. I would never even know where to get that kind of poison. Is there anything that shows the facility? The college station facility or whatever? And crime took place behind the IV. Victim watched the clutches in the victim's hand. Owned. The victim fell on top of the umbrella. Small bottle necklace given to Wright the day he met. Shows to everyone. The article from almost 8 months ago. Very little information is disclosed at the time since the victims of yesterday's incident, the district courthouse. It said I have been a lawyer. However, police are questioning the 19-year-old femme college student who was settling with the victim. The power to impact. The police report incident. Proof. There's no way to tell people that I'm. What you call it? That she had access to the chem lab. Hi, she la 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 la. Good to see you. You caught me in a moment when I can reply to you. She was lit. Yeah, she was lit. A lit student. Man, she was a lit student, let me tell you. How can I prove that she was near the chem lab? Or, actually, he has the ability, because he was a student at the university, so it was him. You ready to object, chat? You ready to object, chat? Now, I'm going to say objection, and you guys just follow along.
Objection!
Objection!
You wouldn't know how to get that kind of poison. I don't believe you. In fact, you had an easy access to that kind of poison, didn't you? At your boyfriend's lab.
Boyfriend? You mean the victim Doug Swallow?
That's right. Up until 8 months ago, Mr. Hawthorne was dating Mr. Swallow. Miss Hawthorne was dating Mr. Swallow. And if you recall, Mr. Swallow was a pharmacology student at the Ivy University.
Pharmacology?
His laboratory contained highly advanced chemistry equipment. In fact, without such equipment, the culprit could have never obtained such a rare and special poison. Well, Miss Hawthorne, it seems you had access to such a poison after all. And then it was a matter of slipping it into the victim's coffee when he wasn't looking. The only person who could have done that was the one sitting at his very table. You.
Order! Could it be?
That's nothing but baseless.
May I ask something, Madame Faye?
What is it, Miss Hawthorne?
The amount of poison in the coffee was 2 teaspoons, correct? In order to carry that liquid, you would need some kind of container.
Well, yes, that's true.
I was searching immediately after the incident took place.
Quite true. In fact, the entire courthouse was turned upside down.
But they didn't find a suspicious container anywhere, did they?
She's right. They even mention it in the report. Well, you could have easily gotten rid of something like that small.
Excuse me, Madame, but this is a court of law.
You could have flushed it down the toilet. You said you went to the bathroom, didn't you? Or somebody said it.
If you're saying I threw the poison container away, I think you need to show some kind of proof.
Proof? She got me good with that one.
Provide some evidence, or I'll have to disallow this line of questioning, Miss Fee. Unless we can come up with some evidence, we're going to lose this lead.
The police conducted a full-body search of Dahlia and the entire courthouse, and yet the container holding the poison disappeared right after the crime occurred.
If you're going to accuse the young lady of committing the murder, then where is the container the poison was carried in? What happened to it?
Take that!
You were forced to get rid of the container in a hurry, weren't you? And that's why you passed it to someone that the case had nothing to do with. Someone that you knew wouldn't be searched.
Who is this person?
Mr. Phoenix Wright, of course.
So the defender was the witness's accomplice?
Of course not. She gave the poison to him, disguised as a present.
What? But that's...
That's a charming little necklace. Is this a little bottle? It really is quite cute. So, what is it? What does it mean, Miss Fee?
The day that the witness met and fell for Mr. Phoenix Wright was 8 months ago. August 27th, the very same day as the poison incident. Under the pretense of love, the witness gave my client a present. And all for the purpose of hiding the one piece of evidence that would give her away.
What? Are you saying that there's deadly poison in here?
No, there's no longer any poison in that bottle. However, I'm certain that if the crime lab were to analyze it, they would find a trace amount.
Order! Order in the court.
On behalf of Dahlia, I object.
Mr. Wright, control yourself.
I won't let you bury her like this.
Mr. Wright, I thought I told you to stay in your seat.
Mr. Wright, why? Why are you going through so much trouble to protect her? Why?
Because I'm madly in love with her.
Madly in love. I haven't heard anyone say that in a long time.
Mr. Wright, have you ever thought about this? Why exactly would a woman like Dahlia Hawthorne want to date you anyway?
Well, I guess she must be madly in love with me too.
Mr. Wright, please, open your eyes. At this point in the trial, I think it should be obvious to everyone. The real reason that Dahlia Hawthorne is dating you is she is madly in love with you. Because of that necklace, to keep you quiet. Dahlia Hawthorne was not and is not madly in love with you. The only thing she's after is that bottled necklace you love to wear around your neck.
My necklace?
Back there, you were waiting in the waiting room. You said it yourself.
Yeah, but she's so shy. Every time I see her, she's always says the same thing to me. Please give it back now.
What a strange girl, asking for a present back like that.
For Dahlia Hawthorne, that necklace is an irrefutable evidence of her crime. That's why she absolutely had to get it back. You're lying. But you never gave it back to her. And to make things worse for her, you insisted on showing it to everyone you met. That's why she... I don't
believe you. No, that's a lie!
Mimi, are you alright? The vent is getting away!
Bailiff, hurry after him! Mia, are you alright?
Yes, I think so.
That boy, he went completely insane.
Where's Mr. Wright?
It looks like the bailiff caught him, so he should be back soon enough.
Thank goodness. Oh no.
What is it?
The bottle necklace. Miss Hawthorne's present. It's gone.
What? That's terrible. Mr. Wright.
Mr. Wright must actually grabbed it when he slammed into me.
Foolish boy. That's the only thing that could have saved him. What in blazes are we supposed to do now? Mr. Wright, this sort of behavior is unprecedented in the history of this court.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
afraid that the apology is not enough.
Mr. Wright, what did you do with the bottled necklace?
Forgive me. I'm sorry.
It's okay, just give back the necklace. I ate it. You what?
You ate it?
It was too big to swallow, so
It was too big to swallow, so I had to chew it into little bits first. But yeah. Oh!
what the?
What?
What is he doing now?
Hold it!
Your Honor, you've got to stop the trial. Mr. Wright, are you feeling okay? Does your stomach hurt? That bottle you sold may have had some poison left in it.
It seems the defendant has proven the prosecution's case for us. Clearly, the bottle did not contain a deadly poison.
How can you be so sure?
I think it's obvious. As you can see, the defendant's still very much alive. As for the poison, more like a fledgling defense's attorney's overreactive imagination.
So it would seem.
Objection!
No, there must be some mistake. The bottle must not have had any poison left in it. Either that, or the poison must have lost its potency.
There. It's all right, rookie. Trusting your client is the most noble thing a defense attorney can do. And it's heartwarming to see that you place this much faith in Mr. Wright. But that's how it is for us on the prosecution side, too. For example, I would trust the witness, Miss Hawthorne, with my very life. Which is why I can state that your assessment of her is completely wrong.
That's enough. Unfortunately, Miss Fay, I cannot accept your explanation of the events.
But why?
This may be impossible for a beginner like you to understand, but in the court of law, evidence is everything.
Even after I prove so much, is she going to get away with everything?
Well now, that the suspicion surrounding Miss Hawthorne has been cleared up, I would like to proceed with the real...
Mr. Wright,
I'm sorry, Miss Fay. It totally slipped my mind. I'm really sorry. I know you believed in me, and I feel like
I let you down. Mr. Wright, what are you trying to say? There's something I forgot to tell you.
What is it?
the day I met Doug Swallow.
That girl, you shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, that's none of your business. I'm telling you for your own sake. If you continue to see her, it's going to be bad. You're lying! Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Last night, someone stole some poison from our lab. Poison? The same thing happened 8 months ago. My drug sample was stolen. She came to the lab, that time too. It could only have been her. That girl is a thief. Stop it! Don't talk about her like that! Is it true? Did he really say that?
That's ridiculous.
There's one more thing. After I pushed him that day,
I got worried and came back to have a look.
and she was there. Dolly was right there. She was crouched down next to him.
What? She told me not to.
Never tell anyone about it, but I'm sorry, Dolly.
Your Honor, this, the defendant is...
Miss Faye,
You tell them.
Dolly didn't do it.
She's innocent. She's innocent.
So Dahlia stole poison 8 months ago too, huh? If you put that together with Mr. Wright's testimony, then there's only one possible conclusion.
The defense believes that Miss Dahlia Hawthorne stole some poison the night before she killed Doug Swallow.
The night before?
Naturally, her motive for stealing was to kill someone. Miss Faye,
If you're so certain of your theory, then let me ask you this.
Mia, this is your last chance. Think carefully now. There's something that she desperately wants to get back. Therefore,
Exactly who was Miss Dahlia Hawthorne planning to kill?
I'm sorry, Phoenix. It was you.
Take that!
There was one person that was standing squarely in Miss Dahlia Hawthorne's way. And that person was Mr. Phoenix Wright.
No.
That's preposterous. After all, it was Doug Swallow who was murdered.
Well, it's true that that's how it worked out, but let's remember that Mr. Swallow died of an electrocution, not poison. The person that Miss Hawthorne was planning to poison was, in fact, you, Phoenix Wright. There's no one else that it could be.
But how can that be? I thought Mr. Phoenix Wright and Miss Hawthorne were in love.
poor Mr. Wright, this must be killing him. Hang in there. I'll bring her to justice, I swear it.
As I said before, the only thing Miss Hawthorne truly cared about was the one piece of evidence linking her to the incident 8 months ago. That's right, the bottle necklace. That's all she cared about.
But even so, why would she go so far as to murder him?
8 months ago, just after the fall of the attorney in the basement cafeteria, Dahlia Hawthorne could think of only one thing: how to get rid of the bottle necklace as quickly as possible.
No, it can't be.
It was a pretty good move she made, too. The evidence was missing for a long time. But there was just one big problem. Although she got him to hide the evidence, Mr. Wright refused to return it to her. To him, the tiny little bottle was a cherished treasure, and even showed it to everyone he met.
You mean that's why she tried to kill Mr. Wright?
Correct, Your Honor. It was to retrieve the piece of evidence. That can't be true!
Feeny, what a joke you are. Honestly, how can any woman ever count on you for anything? I even told you the time and time again to keep your trap shut about me and that necklace. You disgust me.
Miss Hawthorne.
It appears we're hearing the end of this trial.
Fine. I can tell you plan on making me into a criminal no matter what I say.
You are a criminal, Miss Hawthorne.
We'll see about that, but first, where's your evidence? It seems your sniveling little crybaby of a client has eaten the bottle as a snack.
Well,
Hey, old man! Are you senile or something? Why don't you say something instead of sitting there with your dumb look on your face?
Miss Hawthorne, what happened to you?
You're really that shocked. Or do you prefer me? This way, Mr. Judge. With absolutely no proof, you treat a voluntary witness like she's a mass murderer? Well, I have nothing more to say. I'll just be heading home now if you don't mind.
But we're not finished.
fine.
And then ask this nasty old hag to finish up already.
Hold it!
I can't let her get away this time.
Stop, Mia. If you keep on pushing without any evidence, you could pay the ultimate price as a lawyer.
The ultimate price?
You'd be forced to take off your attorney's badge forever, I'm afraid.
No.
You better think this over, Miss Faye. Or should I say, Miss Gray?
Well, Miss Faye, can you provide evidence that would establish a guilt once and for all?
If I mess up here, my career as a lawyer is over. I think I'm gonna save before I mess up so that my career doesn't end here. Just in case I mess up. But to be honest, at this point I don't have any evidence that's well-founded. Even so, I'd rather lose my attorney's badge than let her get away with murder. Your Honor, the defense would like to present proof.
Impossible! You can't possibly!
Stupid woman.
It is the opinion of the court that there has already been enough discussion. Therefore, I would allow one piece of evidence to be presented.
Just one?
If you're unable to establish a guilt, then I'm afraid that a very harsh verdict will immediately be handed down to Mr. Wright.
I understand, Your Honor.
I can just imagine the headlines in tomorrow's newspaper. Up-and-coming lawyer plummeted to the earth before she gets a chance to soar.
She's planning to poison Mr. Wright. If that's the case, then the poison was probably in there.
Well then, Miss Ray, please present your evidence. Show to this court irrefutable proof that Miss Hawthorne was planning to poison Mr. Wright.
Now, when did Mr. Wright lose his medicine? During lunch? and for some reason, that guy had it, and they always eat together. So that means she took it. And I'm gonna probably eject in like 15 seconds, chat. Let's see. So that means that this medicine is poisoned, and if they check poison inside this medicine, there would be poison inside this medicine. So, objection!
Here it is, Your Honor. The evidence that proves her guilt once and for all.
Cold Killer X. Phoenix Wright's beloved cold medicine.
Does our rookie defense attorney have a bit of a cold?
If I did, I still wouldn't take this cold medicine. After all, it's been poisoned.
What?
Remember the incident? Remember what the defendant said in his testimony?
But I lost my medicine around lunchtime on the day of the accident. I always eat with Dolly, just the two of us.
She was the one who took his bottle of Cold Killer X. And then she poisoned it knowing that Mr. Wright was going to take some.
Now you're really grasping at straws. After all, it was the victim, Doug Swallow, that was holding the medicine.
I would like the court to recall the crime that happened here 8 months ago. Where did Miss Hawthorne hide the evidence?
What are you talking about?
8 months ago, the poison was hidden in her bottle necklace, which she then gave to someone else for safekeeping. Someone she had accidentally run into in the reading room, my client, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Yes, that's right. She did the same thing this time as well. After shoving the victim, Mr. Phoenix Wright left the scene of the crime. And that's when the murderer, Dahlia Hawthorne, appeared. With her, she was carrying the poisoned bottle of Cold Killer X. This, of course, was so she could carry her plan to murder Mr. Wright.
I believe she did testify that she was going to meet with the defendant.
Yes, and she heard that and saw everything that happened at the scene of the crime, including what the defendant and the victim were arguing about, and the cut electrical cable. That's when she realized I can't allow Doug Swallow to live. She used the severed electrical cable to silence him forever. Unfortunately for her, this is when the problem occurred. Mr. Wright, who she thought had left the crime, came back to check on the victim. And on top of that, because of the power outage, some students showed up as well. It's hardly any wonder that she was, as she put it, in a state of panic. Recall that she was carrying the bottle of poison cold medicine. She must have thought, what if they search me like they did 8 months ago?
Hey, 8 months ago?
Yes, she disposed of the evidence exactly the same way that she did back then. She had someone else hold she had someone else hold it in this case, Doug Swallow.
Oh, come on now. Everyone, surely you aren't fooled, are you? This stupid woman. She's nothing but a filthy, stinking liar. Right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Yes, that's exactly right. That's just pure desperation.
Objection!
I wonder which one of us is the desperate one. So, Miss Hawthorne? This cold medicine, I wonder if you wouldn't mind taking some. Well, Mr. Wright ate that necklace of yours, right? Now it's your turn to prove your innocence. What do you say? If I'm just a filthy, stinking liar, then there's no need to worry. So come on, show us. I dare you to take some of this medicine right now.
Mia Fey? Mia
Do you think that you've won well?
Do you, Mia Fey?
That's just fine. For the time being, victory is yours.
For the time being.
Well, I have a very long memory, you know? You and I will meet again. I'm certain of it. Well then, Mr. Judge, I'll see you later too, okay?
Well, yes.
I'm going to spend a little quality time with the men in blue now. I wish you all the best.
It's finally all over.
I refuse to accept this. The defense hasn't shown a scrap of evidence to support her outrageous claim.
But even so, your witness seems to have accepted it.
I don't care. I'm whisked in pain. I don't believe one word that this rookie lawyer has said.
Well then, Mr. Payne, let me ask you this.
Yes?
Would you care to try this cold medicine?
What?
Just a little earlier, I could have sworn you said...
There. It's all right, rookie. For example, I would trust my witness, the witness, Miss Hawthorne, with my very life.
So, if she's so trustworthy, then I'm sure you could possibly couldn't possibly be any poison in here, right?
Well, you see,
And here comes the backpedal. Come on now, rookie killer. Show this rookie how it's done. How much trust do you really have for this woman? Are you willing to bet your life?
Yeah! Hair is flying out, my beautiful hair one. No.
Mr. Payne, about Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll file the papers for her immediate arrest.
Tragic, but not surprising. I knew there was something suspicious about her from the very beginning.
Don't lie, just admit you were wrong.
By the way, Miss Fay.
Yes, Your Honor?
Was it just me, or did Or did Miss Dahlia Hawthorne seem to know, or did you and Miss Dahlia Hawthorne seem to know each other?
Your Honor, whether we did or not has no bearing on this case.
Very well. Mr. Payne.
This can't be happening. It's a nightmare. It's like I'm losing to my daughter.
It appears Mr. Payne has lost his spirit along with his hair. Does the defendant have anything further to say?
It can't be true.
My God, dear Dolly.
Well, very well then. I believe I am ready to pass judgment and bring this trial to an end. The court finds the defendant, Phoenix Wright, not guilty. Well, this court is adjourned. Mia, you are wonderful in there.
Thank you for everything, Mr. Grossberg.
During the verdict, I thought my hemorrhoids were going to explode like Mid Vesuvius.
Mr. Grossberg, do you, maybe think you could stop talking about them?
That's rather rude. Anyway, this case that really made me think. What does it really mean to have a relationship of mutual trust with the client? Perhaps it is we veteran lawyers who have lost sight of this.
Oh, Mr. Wright, congratulations.
Thanks. You know, I was thinking.
Go on.
The dolly that I saw there on the witness stand. I don't think that was really her.
What?
Yeah, the dolly I know could never have said those things, those kinds of terrible things. Maybe she was like, I don't know, a fake or something?
Boy, this poor kid still hasn't got a clue. You need to forget about her, Mr. Wright, for your own sake.
Yeah, you're right. That's probably for the best.
Also, you need to relax a bit more. Try to grow up a little bit.
But out of all my friends, everyone says that I'm the most grown up.
What kind of company does this guy keep? Right now, I'm studying to become a lawyer myself. And that's what you keep saying. But I thought you were in the art department.
Well, yeah, I am.
But there's a friend that I desperately want to help. And if I hurry, then I should be able to save him in time. I see. Say, Miss Faye?
A lawyer is someone who can help people when they're in trouble, right?
Mr. Wright, I'm still new to this myself. But I think that's exactly what a lawyer is. Okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'll study my butt off. I'll become a lawyer for sure.
I hope
we see each other again someday.
Maybe even in court.
It's been 5 years since I was acquitted of all charges. I became a lawyer like I planned, and I managed to save my friend. But Mia has passed on to a better place. For me,
This trial brings up a lot of painful memories. But it also brings up some very precious ones. And memories that I thought would never rise to the surface again. Mia's gone now. But even so, I can hear her in my mind. Phoenix, no matter what, always believe in your client. In a court of law, your greatest weapon is your belief. 5 years ago, something has happened that made me think back to her words of wisdom. But that's a story for another day.
The end.
Alright, chat. I really want to at least start the next chapter. I've only been streaming for 4 hours, so I do want to continue streaming. But I think we'll only be able to start the next chapter. So, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back and we're going to do a few parts in this next chapter. And then we'll call it a day. So, thank you everybody that has joined me today. I do appreciate it very much. As always, if you want to help out the stream, please consider retweeting the stream. It lets me know that you are actually enjoying it. And yeah, we'll continue with the next chapter of the next turnabout. And it's called The Stolen Turnabout. Next on Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations. chat. Like I said, we're likely only gonna get a little bit of the ways through this upcoming turnabout, and probably maybe even, I want to say, halfway, possibly. And then we're gonna be ending the stream after that, but hopefully it won't take too long. Thank you all for joining me. I do appreciate each and everyone's retweets. Chato, thank you for the retweet. We will be continuing now. So we got a brand new episode. It has been added. The stolen turnabout. Are you going to save? Yes. The time is 1 a.m. Detective, we made it! Whew, what a relief. Glad the guy with the jewel's still safe.
Whew, you said it, pal. I must have been walks on the side. Would you mind opening the safe just like we see inside?
Crack, whatever you said.
We've been had!
Altamont, guards! Turn the searchlights! Better luck next time, gentlemen! Excuse me, but I'm afraid I must be leaving now. No. We shall meet again when the next moon is full.
Hey, Nick. Get a load of this. Hey, are you listening to me? You can clean the toilets later. This is important.
What are you freaking out about now?
Today's gonna be the last time you talk to me that way.
Uh-huh.
We're about to hit the big time.
Big time? What do you mean that we? You don't even... You don't mean you and me are...
Don't be silly. I'm talking about Pearly, of course. Oh, it's a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Nick.
Pearls! You haven't changed a bit. Wait, what are you doing here, anyway?
Haven't you heard, Mr. Nick? Here, take a look at this.
What is this? Some kind of poster? Kurain Village. Isn't that...
That's right. It's our hometown, Pearly and mine, that is.
What's this? What's this about? Treasure from the boonies.
Very funny. You can laugh all you want. You'll have to sing another tune tonight.
Huh? Tonight? What about tonight?
The Treasure of Korean exhibit doesn't start until next week. But the promoters sent us some special VIP passes, entry passes. That's why I dressed up extra special today. What do you think, Nick?
Same Maya, different day. This young lady here is Maya Fey, the younger sister of Mia Fey, my friend and mentor. I first met her 2 years ago. I was working on the case surrounding Mia's death, and ever since then,
Been told it. I've been the one who's been keeping the law offices afloat from behind the scenes.
actually, that's just a cover for her true identity. In reality, she's a spirit medium and a bit of a shady character.
Hey, who are you calling shady?
And this little girl is Pearl Fey, but I usually call her Pearls. She's Maya's cousin and the spirit medium in training herself.
I know I'm a bit young, but I want to help out in any way I can, Mr. Nick.
Korean Village is the home of the mysterious Korean channeling technique. And Maya here is the daughter of the Korean School of Channeling's master. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's no joke. I've seen her power with my own eyes. It's a real thing, alright?
Mr. Nick, how long are you going to make the two gorgeous women like us wait? Yes, Mr. Nick. I can't wait any longer. I want to see the exhibit.
Looks like I don't have a choice here. Might as well head on out. Moodley Taylor, the city's fanciest and most expensive department store. Treasure exhibit, huh? I have to admit, I'm pretty impressed.
Wow, this is awesome.
Yeah, you can make even the cheapest junk look great. It all depends on how you display it.
Oh, they even have the dusty old hanging scroll that was in the main matter storeroom. Oh yeah, I remember it all when I was a little girl.
On a family heirloom?
Say, Nick, the person who's in charge of the exhibit is waiting for us in the basement warehouse.
Alright. I guess we should say hello. Do.
Oh, Mr. Maya, look! I can't believe it! Ah, it's so cute. It's a little diorama of Korean Village.
Yeah, look at that. But somehow it seems to reek of dreariness.
Oh, Mr. Maya, it's your house sitting in says Fame Manor on it. Yikes, you're right. I kind of want to add the famous in front of it.
Don't do it, Maya. They might get mad. I think I remember this old folding screen here. I'm pretty sure it was an important piece of evidence in the murder case that happened in Korean Village.
This folding screen is the greatest of all the spirit channeling secrets. The sixth leaf Korean sacred writing folding screen.
If it's so secret, why is it the most prominent thing in the exhibit? A piece of cloth with a ton of finely written characters jammed onto it. Probably esoteric knowledge only mediums would know. Let's see. here in the title in English, 108 ways to save money. I'm pretty sure the number has gone up since the last time I saw it.
Well, we're always looking for new ways, you know?
Being a medium sounds like a rough way of life. What's with the big cushion? It's just lying around with nothing on it.
Well, it must be for the greatest treasure of all.
Greatest treasure? Is there something like that?
Huh? Why, of course there is. Right, Pearly? Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, I'll bet it would really take your breath away.
Alright, let's get out. Basement warehouse. Yep, this is the basement warehouse, alright.
This place is scary. I feel like a monster could jump out at any time. Don't be so scared, Pearly. I'll protect you. Oh, Mr. Wright. A monster! You were right!
Huh? A monster?
Good evening. Good evening. It's good to see you again.
I know you.
Nice to see you too, little miss.
Hello!
She's a friend of yours, Dick? And how do you know her, Pearly? Nice to meet you. I'm Adrian Andrews. I'm in charge of the promotion and planning of the treasure exhibit. I'm responsible for the security arrangements.
Nice to meet you.
Adrian and Adrian. Sure has changed since we last met.
So this is the warehouse. The really valuable exhibit items are still stored away in here. It really has been a long time, hasn't it, Mr. Wright?
Nick, what's going on? Who is this woman?
But why are you freaking out on me?
What?
I just thought it'd be more dramatic if I got all worked up, that's all.
You think, Maya, you shouldn't let him get off the hook so easily.
Please, Maya, don't say anything that'll needle pearls further.
And Mr. Wright, was there more? Mr. Wright was there for me when I really needed help. It was something that happened 7 months ago.
You remember, don't you? The Nickel Samurai case?
Not really. I was stuck in the dark wine cellar. Did that escape your memory, Nick?
After that, I quit being a manager and started this job.
Wow, that's tough. I'm sorry, Miss Andrews. If it wasn't for us...
No, don't say that. I'm glad the whole thing happened. Thanks to you and everyone else that was involved, I was able to get to change my whole life. I really am grateful.
That's a relief. I'm really impressed, Miss Andrews. Handling a huge exhibit like this must be very tiring.
Well, Lordly Taylor is celebrating its 200th anniversary this year. The works on display in the main exhibition hall are worthy of the finest museums.
Did you hear that, Pearly? The finest museums. Yeah, I did. That's really wonderful.
So this basement warehouse is pretty well protected, huh?
Of course it is. After all, there are some priceless treasures here. The security guards are all very well trained as well.
That sounds good. So, what is with that face she's making? Have you seen my badge?
I have a great deal to thanks to that badge. It's the only reason that I'm still here today.
Oh, come now. Come on now. That's not true.
I think what Nick means is that it wasn't thanks to me. It wasn't thanks to the badge. It was thanks to me. Tell the truth, Nick. I know that's what you were thinking.
No way, Maya. So what about this?
Sorry, I can't be any more help, but I really don't have anything to say about that.
Treasure. What about this? What do you know about this?
I want to do something nice for you and your friends, Mr. Wright.
So that's why you arranged this exhibit?
I knew that Korean village was the hometown of your assistant Maya. I thought it would be great to let the rest of the world know about it too.
But that's not exactly thanking me, per se, is it?
Maybe, but who wants to see an exhibit of treasure full of Phoenix Wright?
I guess I can't argue with that one. Fire hydrant, I can't check that out. That door, can't check it out. Can't check anything out. What about that? Brr. It looks like part of a big signboard. All I can read on it is burr.
I've got it. Maybe it's supposed to say hamburger.
Why would anyone write hamburger that big?
Like maybe it's for a World Hamburger Festival or something.
I kind of doubt it.
I've got it. Maybe it says it said spaghetti.
Why are you talking about food? Oh wait, that's normal for you. Anyway, it says burr. There's no way it could be spaghetti.
Maybe it was a typo. It might have said spaghetti festival. What do you think?
Okay to me. Besides, spaghetti is the only thing more tangled than your reasoning. Computer. This computer, it looks like it's hooked up in the security camera. It's hooked up to the security camera above.
What's that? And that means what?
The camera is set up to take a photo of anyone that goes in or out of the storeroom. Then the data from the camera gets uploaded to this computer here. That's what.
I see. And that's pretty high-tech stuff.
Oops. Let's see. Org. What is this?
Mystic Maya, take a look. Mystic Maya, take a look next to the door. That's Mystic Cammy, right?
Yes, and that is a statue of the woman who invented the Korean channeling technique, Ame Faye. The statue is on loan from one of the training halls of the Faye branch family. In fact, it just arrived this morning.
That's a creepy looking thing she's holding.
Don't ask me. How should I know?
Well, you are the future master, right?
Maybe so, but this is the first time I've ever seen the statue.
That thing is the Korean Shito. It's a ceremonial sword. It's not a real weapon, so the blade isn't sharp.
No, what did I just get? You gave me that. I just found the Korean technique is holding the Shito. Shito.
Aw, phooey. I wanted to cut something.
What are you eyeing me for?
Oh, look, it's already 8. Have you all eaten yet?
Well, actually,
I've already made a reservation for the at a restaurant for on the 12th floor. Why don't we all dine together?
Oh, I like the sounds of that. Dine. It's so fancy. I'll have the kids' lunch.
Pearly, it's dinner, not lunch. Why don't we go for it and really eat your fill with it for a kid's dinner?
Okay, in that case, 1 kid's dinner for me.
Shall we head upstairs then?
after that pleasant evening, all that remained was to wait for the exhibition's opening. It was wonderful seeing Miss Andrews looking so happy. None of us could have imagined that the very next day, something terrible would happen.
Miss Andrews is dead.
Aww.
Nick! Nick, this is terrible. What the? You're cleaning that toilet again? I never knew you were such a toilet freak.
Give me a break, would you? My brain just hit the snooze button for the 5th time.
I'm going to turn on the TV.
We've got an update on the recent treasure heist. Based on the clues found at the scene of the crime, authorities have announced that they believe that it was the work of the renowned phantom Mask the Mask.
Mask the Mask?
According to a spokesperson, Lordly Taylor received a threat letter some time ago. This is the 5th heist by this phantom thief, who only targets rare treasures.
The Lordly Taylor.
Well, Nick, what are you going to do? Don't you dare go back to scrubbing the toilet.
Treasure? Lordly Taylor? You don't think...
Yes, we have to. Now get up. It was stolen by the Mask. Our most valuable treasure. The Korean sacred urn was stolen.
What? Refresh my memory a little. What's the sacred urn?
It's only the most important treasures. The Korean village. That's all. Look, it's right in the poster. You don't remember what's inside? The urn contains a very important soul. Namely, the soul of Mystic Kami, the founder of the Korean channel technique. Right, Pearly? Yes, that's right. Hold up. I thought the urn had the name Ami written on it. Now it says I am. Any idea what happened, Pearly? There are some things best left unsolved, wouldn't you say, Mr. Nick?
That's right. 1 year ago, there was a murder in Korean village, Maya's hometown. The sacred urn. It turned out to be an important clue in that case. Did it? Did it really? One of the treasures of Korean village, supposedly priceless to it looked like a plain old pot. What to do? Okay, the toilet is shinier than the judge's head, so let's see what's next.
What's wrong with you, Nick?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do we...
Mr. Nick! Your beloved Mystic Maya's treasure has been stolen! Doesn't that even bother you?
But I thought the urn was the village treasure, so I don't see how.
The village is Mystic Maya. She's a future master of the Korean School of Channeling. You know what I'm talking about, Mr. Nick? I won't let you say you don't.
Okay, I do. So what am I supposed to do about it?
It's obvious. Isn't it obvious? Go find the bad guy who did this.
Yeah, and get the sacred urn back.
But I'm not a detective. I'm a lawyer.
That has nothing to do with this. If you're a real gentleman, you would find it for your beloved Mystic Maya.
Man, oh man. There's no winning against Pearl's this fairy tale imagine of love. So, what's the name of the bad guy again?
Mask. The mask, Nick. Make a note of it. Mask. The mask. Huh. It was terrible. I was arrested and everything.
One year ago, the murder in Kurdigan village. A man was killed during one of Maya's spirit channelings, and this urn wound up being the key piece of evidence that proved her innocence.
Mr. Nick? Would you mind not telling Mystic Maya about that? You promised, remember? You said you wouldn't tell anyone I broke the urn.
Oh yeah, that's right. Now I remember. This urn used to say Ami on it. Until Pearl was accidentally broken into a million pieces. She tried to secretly fix it. Let's just say it didn't work out so well.
Sorry, I'm not good at arts and crafts. Spelling either.
Anyway, this is how her gluing project turned out. She put the pieces together wrong, and now, instead of Ami, it says I am. I can't believe no one's noticed this until now, a whole year later.
I can't believe in myself.
So what about this urn, Maya? This something really all that valuable? It just looks kind of, well, junky if you ask me.
It's got the soul of Mystic Maya, the founder of her channeling technique.
So how much do you think you could get for it?
What? Sell the sacred urn? Well, I never thought about that. Well, Pearly, make a note of that. Ways to save money. Tip 109. Sell treasures whenever possible.
Whenever possible, check.
Somehow, I think Maya's going to be searching for a buyer for a long time.
You know, even I didn't know the statue existed until a little while ago.
Didn't Adrian say it was from the Fae Branch Family Training Hall or something?
Yes, there are a lot. Actually, a lot of training halls scattered all over the country. Hidden away deep in desolate mountains.
Why does it always have to be desolate mountains? Is this thing really... well, again, same thing. Boom, boom. What about this Magatama? Why don't I have that?
Oh, hey, it's my Megatama. Oh, what do you think, Mr. Nick? What do you think, Nick? Isn't it neat?
It sure is. being able to peek into people's minds is it's definitely a nice advantage.
What? How do you do that?
What do you mean? You gave this thing to me.
Well, I knew Pearly put some sort of spiritual power into it, but I had no idea I'd let you do something so cool as that.
Some future leader you are.
Next time you use it, let me know, okay? I want to see into people's minds too.
Look at my badge. So what do you think about this?
What about it, Pearly? I'm not certain. What do you think, Mr. Nick?
Maybe 3 heads aren't better than 1.
Alright, let me examine the room and then we'll head on out. Charlie, a quite decorative plant. When she was alive, Mia really loved it. She even went so far as to make it our mascot. And it must be nice to be a plant being able to just sit in the sun and photosynthesize.
Hey, Nick! No time for daydreaming. That's right, Mr. Nick, no time for daydreaming.
Man, if I find that urn, I'm not gonna give... They're not... Until I find that urn, they're not gonna give me a second apiece. An old movie poster. Apparently, this was the first movie that made Mia cry when she saw it a long time ago. Maya watched it recently and she cried all night too, which I guess is why it's back up on the wall. I'll have to check it out one of these days. There's a giant building just outside the window. It's the Gatewater Hotel, a high-class luxury hotel. The chain is getting so rich that they bought a whole chunk of the next town over and started building a huge theme park. It's going to be called Gatewaterland. And to think that 2 years ago it was just a little hotel for businessmen. Difficult-looking legal books stand in a formidable role. They mock me. Actually, I've neglected them for so long that they're covered in a layer of dust. Maybe I should actually try reading them once in a while.
Hey, Nick! This is no time for reading. Yes, Mr. Nick! You can read later!
I guess I won't be getting any peace and quiet to even read until I find that urn. Stand formidable. Okay. Okie dokie. Let me look at the desk and we're going. It's my desk. I don't get to use it much, so the dust bunnies are starting to mount their assault. Maybe I should wipe them out with a few well-placed swipes of the cleaning rag.
Hey, Nick! Are you trying to make me upset? Yeah, Mr. Nick! If you're worried about cleaning, please leave it to me!
At least Pearls is good at cleaning. I guess I'd better go find that urn. Let's go find the urn.
Let's see if we can find some clues that may lead to the bad guy.
But it doesn't look like anything has been disturbed.
Yeah, it looks pretty much the same as it did last night. The bad guy, huh?
But hey, you can't poke around here, pal.
Wait a minute, that voice. Oh no, not him again.
It's you! And I'm the one who should be saying, not again. Why is it that every time something bad happens, you always show up, pal?
I should be asking you that. Aren't there any other detectives?
No, I should be asking you that. What are you doing hanging around here?
Hey, I asked you first. Why are you here
All right. We got it. Why don't you two kiss and make up already?
Hello. It's been a long time, Mr. Scruffy Detective.
Oh, it's you, little missy. Actually, my name is Gumshoe. Detective Dick Gumshoe. Now is a good time for you to try to remember it, right?
And if it's too long for you, you can just call him Dick.
Okay, it's good to see you again, Mr. Detective Dick.
Yeah. Good to see you again, too, I guess.
What are you doing here, Dick?
Mr. Detective Dick, can you tell us about the what happened?
Oh, you're trying to remember my name, Abigail. Well, it's just Gumshoe, okay? Anyway, the thief stole something called the sacred urn.
I know about that.
No, well then, the criminal's name is Mask. The Mask.
I know about that too.
Detective? Detective? You can't tell us something other than that?
Well, I guess I sort of kind of owe you guys in a way. And the crime occurred last night around 1:30 in the morning.
Exactly. How exactly do you know that?
And we got an emergency phone call from the guard from the scene of the crime, pal. He said the urn was just stolen.
The scene of the crime? You mean here, right?
They're wrong. The urn was kept under careful guard in the basement warehouse.
Basement warehouse, huh?
So, who is guarding the basement warehouse?
That guy. It was all his fault. That thief got away, pal. He solves one case and gets a swell head. He thinks that he's an ace detective.
Ace detective?
Hey, detective, about this mask, the mask. Is he famous?
What? You're joking, right, Nick? The mask is the hottest thing since sliced bread.
Sometimes he appears as a museum god. Sometimes he appears to be a big brown bear and known to surprise unsuspecting victims. But underneath those disguises is the tool Mask the Mask.
So, he's some kind of master of disguise, huh?
And he only goes after the finest work of art, pal. Last night was his fifth heist. If Roy Taylor had only cooperated, I would have caught him this time.
What? Then you knew he was planning on stealing the sacred urn?
Of course I did. The guy always sends his calling card before he steals something.
Calling card, huh? They mentioned that on TV. So why do you call him an ace detective anyway?
That's what he calls himself, pal. I didn't make it up.
So, what's he like?
Well, like I told you, the Mask has made 5 heists so far. Now on the 4th heist, Mr. Ace Detective managed to get the stolen treasure back.
That is impressive. All by himself?
Yeah, I gotta admit, pal, maybe he is really as good as he says. Every time the thief sends one of his calling cards, we send our men on a stakeout. But none of us have ever gotten as much as a glimpse of that guy.
Well, Mr. Ace Detective was able to retrieve the stolen treasure from the thief.
Anyway, he's at the scene of the crime now, looking for clues.
So he's down in the basement warehouse, huh? Calling card. So what's this calling card?
Here it is, but don't show it to anyone. It's top secret, okay, pal?
What's this mark on the front?
That's Master Mask signature emblem, pal. You could say it's his mark. All of his calling cards have got it on them.
So they didn't mention that on the news flash.
We're withholding the details for the public for operation reasons. But the only way we can tell if a calling card is real or not is by this emblem.
That makes sense. When you get famous, there's always imitators.
Sent before the heist. The emblem is top secret. Touch it to check details. To the security of Lorelei Taylor, I am coming to purloin the most priceless work of art on display in your treasure of Kurain exhibit. Take good care of the speckled urn, would you? Yours truly, Mask. The Mask.
Mr. Nick, if you work a little harder, maybe you can have your own copycat someday.
Thanks, I guess. Detective, what do you say about my badge? Here, take a look at my attorney's badge.
Now you still showing that cheap little thing off. The real man keeps his mouth shut and carries a swell police badge, pal.
What do you say about the Magatama?
I saw it, pal. I didn't get much sleep last night, so my brain's not really working right.
Somehow I think sleep wouldn't really fix the problem.
Hey, keep it down. He might have really good hearing for all you know, and might get mad if he heard.
Yeah, I can hear everything you're saying, pal. No, to be honest, pal.
Wait. Ah, dang it. He was saying... I thought... Okay.
To be honest, pal, there's something that bugs me.
What's that?
All the other items that were stolen by the Mask were ones that even I have heard of. They were all world-famous treasures. The Tear of Amon, the crown of Bongora.
The secret urn of the Korean is famous too, right, Barrels?
Of course, everyone in Korean Village knows about it.
Sounds like we've got an unpredictable thief on our hands. And so that brings up the same point. Okay. What about this? About that? Nope. Don't know anything about that. And this?
Remember, don't tell anyone about the emblem, okay, pal?
Does the thief ever send these to the police?
No, anyway, always to the victims. But until now, the victims have always come to us looking for help, though.
That's not what happened this time, you mean?
You got that right, pal. Listen up. If you guys ever get one of these calling cards, I want you to come to us right away. Got me?
Yeah, sure. The profiles. What do you know about Mask?
I've been on this guy's tail ever since the first heist, pal.
Yeah? You're doing a really great job. I can see.
Oof. Listen, pal, if you want to jump high, first you gotta crouch down, right? I'm a little frustrated now, but it'll make it that much sweeter when I catch him. Anyway, that's what I keep telling myself every day.
Well, good luck, Mr. Detective Dick. I believe in you.
Why, you sweet. Hey, you're the only one who ever said that.
The only one? That's kind of sad if you think about it. What about yourself, detective? What about this person?
Sorry, pal. I didn't get much sleep.
This person? How about Pearly? Mia?
No, that's Miss Mia Fey. She was a truly beautiful person, pal.
Huh? You knew my sister? You knew her? You knew my sis?
Sure, everybody in the police force knows her, knew her. We all lost a great friend that day.
Mr. Scruffy Detective.
But I just got something to get my eye. I'm not crying.
What about me?
Pretty goofy looking face if you ask me.
Hey!
What are you doing carrying that around with you anyway? It's not like we ever need it.
She's got a point. Okay, that's enough. Gonna examine real quick and then we'll go downstairs. Into the big cushion. Greatest treasure. Of course, Pearly. It's the same thing. I thought Gumshoe might say something. Alright, let's go.
No matter how many times we come here, the place always gives me the chills.
That's probably because it's air conditioned. To protect the art pieces, you know.
Welcome to my private banquet of chaos.
Huh? What the heck? What's that mean?
I'm afraid I have very little to offer, but please make yourself at home.
Who are you anyway?
Shush! Shush! Silence! Now I see it's all becoming clear.
But what do you see?
Xavier! And the truth has once again been elegantly revealed to me. A lawyer and a spirit medium, neither very advanced in their trade. Am I wrong?
Yikes! That's scary. How did you know that?
How, you say? The universal skeptic would say that how is nothing but a question of why. I am a traveler in both time and space, and a swimmer of dreams.
What is he talking about? I can't make heads or tails of it.
Without further ado, let me fulfill what you should be the first duty of any gentleman. And introduce myself. I am Atme. Look at me. Nice detective.
Oh, hi.
Don't let him intimidate you, Nick. Stand up and show him what you're made of.
That's right. Phoenix Wright. Ace Attorney.
I'm Maya Fey, a spirit medium.
I'm Pearl Fay. Mystic Maya's cousin and, a spirit medium is apprentice.
Excellent. Well then, shall we begin our little game?
Game? Why does the frame short of a baker's dozen come to mind with this guy? Actually, I want to examine that sword behind you and that box.
Mr. Lawyer, please refrain from such crude behavior.
Huh? What does that mean?
This criminal is an artist. The crime scene is the canvas upon which he paints. Only I, Ace Detective Atme, have an eye which is you, educated enough to read the signs.
Could you translate that for me, Nick?
I think he pretty much said don't touch anything amateurs.
If there's something you wish to know about, you have but to ask at me. I know everything there is to know about my rival, Mask. The Mask.
What do I do now?
Does he have any top secret information? Stuff that only real crime buff would know?
I'll think about what to ask while I listen to what Mr. Ace Detective has to say. Alright, then I guess we're talking here. Ace Detective. So, are you really as famous as they say?
Of course, for a lawyer, you have a rather shocking lack of knowledge about the world. I had no idea anyone was left in the city that had not heard of me. Look at me. I am Mask. The Mask's arch enemy. The Ace Detective, look at me. At this moment, there are two mighty figures which loom large over the grand city. One embodies the nefarious force of darkness. The other, the angelic cherubs of light.
Boy, I'm really lost. What is he saying, Nick?
I have personally on the heels of this villain since his first crime. After learning this criminal's patterns, I thwarted his very latest loathsome larceny. I even returned the target of his tyranny, the portrait of Magina, to the crime scene. And I did it all by myself. I took it back from Mask. The Mask. With my brawny mind and my brilliant muscles.
Yeah, they mentioned it on the news. In the Great Peoples Around Town segment. They said that the museum gave you an incredible jewel as a reward.
Well, compared to the treasure that I retrieved for them, it's not much.
So, in the end, the only thing that makes you great is your own self-praise.
Oh, tell us what you know about the mask. The mask. And keep it simple, please.
Like, about how I have devoted myself to thwarting his dastardly deeds. Last night, here in the bowels of this store, we were locked away in the most glorious battle.
I see. Huh? Wait a second. You were here last night? Here in Lordly Taylor?
Naturally,
Where Master Mask goes, you will find at me, laying his elegant traps.
Elegant traps? More like damasked out of elegance. You... and made a beautiful getaway.
But this time, I allowed him to escape with the illusion of victory.
I wonder if I should ask him what happened last night in more detail. Can you tell us exactly what happened here last night?
But of course, after all, I always say there should be no secrets between aces.
Flattery will get you nowhere, Pinocchio.
I first received the request for my services 20 days ago. And it was 10 days ago that I received the Mask's calling card.
Huh? You were hired before the calling card even arrived?
Yes, you see, the person who hired me was quite rigorous and thorough.
That's Adrian for you.
A mere 10 days after hiring me, her worst premonitions were realized.
A calling card, right?
Yes. So ace detective that I am, I set a trap for the thief that right in the warehouse. And I awaited him alone.
Alone? But why? Why didn't you go to the police for help?
Ridiculous. Why would I seek help from such a singularly useless group of nincompoops?
You got a lot of nerve. After all, it was you that let the mask get away.
I always operate alone and concealed, out of the sight of others.
Concealed?
Precisely. Even the guard on duty here were unaware of my presence. To fool your enemies, first you must fool your friends. It's my own original proverb.
Anyway, back to what happened last night.
As I was saying, I hid here in the warehouse and waited for the thief to arrive. But I swear to you, not a solitary soul came through the entrance. Nevertheless, the sacred hand disappeared.
But that's impossible. How could it just disappear?
How, you ask? Don't be ridiculous, lawyer. If I knew the answer to that question, I wouldn't be here.
For someone who seriously messed up on his own stakeout, he's rather full of himself.
So you're saying that even the
On one? It's a typo. No one.
So you're saying that even though no one came through those doors last night, our precious urn still somehow vanished from under your nose?
That's not possible. Look at my badge. Look at me.
I'm sorry, I can't be more helpful. But I have no interest of finding evidence against my rival.
It's okay. Nick is just a bit of a piddling evidence hog.
That's his defensive style.
A piddling evidence hog, you say? Is that, in that case, I'd simply be wasting my breath.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Thanks, Maya. Why couldn't you have said I was a rival of not a piddling evidence hog. Well, I don't think you're letting me examine anything around here, are you?
Tisk, sir lawyer, please refrain from such cruel behavior.
Okay, fine. I'm out. Hold on, let me present to you. Look at me. Or what's his face?
This will surely be a mask. The mask final heist. Last time I came across, came close and managed to retrieve a stolen treasure. Mark my words, this criminal of humanity will be found guilty in due time. And then look at me, Ace Detective will dance with joy.
I have no clue what you're babbling about, but I guess I'll find out soon.
The charming young lady responsible for security, Miss Adrian Andrews.
Huh? You know her?
Yes, well, I should. She was the person who hired me for this job. A very intelligent woman, after all. She hired Detective Look at Me, did she not?
I'm not entirely convinced that was an intelligent move on her part. What about yourself?
This person is Xavier, a great ace detective. Am I correct?
I like that they look exactly the same. But I was the one asking you.
This photo simply isn't enough information. I'm afraid I can't be absolutely certain. But the intelligence in those eyes indicate that a man of deep wisdom and insight.
Stop messing around, Nick. And just ask him already.
But this guy's scary.
That petty.
That's pretty amazing. The way you're able to tell what I do for a living.
Oh, it's elementary, my dear. Right, elementary. If you're really interested, the first clue was the pointed hair, and then if you take your tack and you look at the criminal, for example, from the clothes I knew you weren't a policeman, and I deduced in the combination the logic against the two, Xavier, only the truth remains.
Wow, impressive.
Or maybe he just took a look at your attorney's badge on your lapel. Genius.
This woman, she is a true beauty.
You don't say.
I would be honored if you would introduce her to me. I assure you, sir lawyer, that my interests are strictly professional.
Hell, this guy is even creepier than I thought.
I assure you, my dear, all ace detectives are perfect gentlemen.
So how did you know it was a spirit medium?
Oh, that was child's play. First, your hair, it was not the type of you see every day, and both are rare, enchanting, almost otherworldly, and then you liked either fortune teller or a spirit medium, and I didn't quite detect the wisdom of a fortune teller, and so Xavier. That left only one possibility.
They also have a bio about me in the treasure exhibit poster.
As for this child, Xavier, elementary school student.
Wow, that's right.
I can also see that you will be a middle school student within the next few years.
That's incredible!
No doubt about it. This guy's good.
Now you can see how I have earned my reputation as an ace detective. Oh, him. Well, yes, I saw him earlier. What a wretched detective has let the thief slip. That wretched detective has let the thief slip through his fingers every single time.
Hedged, huh?
Now that I think about it, I wonder if they aren't working together.
Huh?
If you ask me, look at me. I believe that the two of them are co-conspirators.
If Detective Gumshoe heard that, he'd probably cry.
He is a surprisingly sensitive guy. What can you tell me about Mr. Look at Me? What about this person?
Sorry, pal.
Did I find anything new to present to you? The calling card?
Remember, don't tell anybody about the emblem, okay, pal?
Doesn't the thief ever send these to the police?
And no, always the victims. Up until now, the victims always come up to us for help, though.
That's not what happened this time, you mean?
You got that right, pal. Listen up, you guys.
I don't think I showed that to Look at Me. Maybe he would like to see that. But let me go home first. Okay, nothing here. Let's go back. I'll show that to Look at Me. The mask's calling card. It's got his emblem printed on it, right?
Quite impressive, but I would expect nothing less from my arch rival. I'm surprised to see you in possession of such a top secret piece of information.
Well, he's got the ace lawyer, and an ace spirit medium, and an ace cousin apprentice here.
Yes, indeed. I think I could learn to like you, my fellow ace professionals.
I don't know if I really want this guy to like us. Ever.
Well, Sir Lawyer, I've been told that you too are pursuing the mysterious thief.
Well, I'm not exactly...
That's right! We're going to find the sacred urn, no matter what we have to do.
Excellent. I trust you. I permit you to take a look around while I investigate elsewhere. If perchance you should discover something of value, return then to my office. My office of earthly delights, the Atme Detective Agency.
Office of Earthly Delights?
Well, Celaya, if you'll excuse me, I have much to do.
Wait a minute.
He's gone.
I don't like the idea of doing this guy's work for him.
Come on, Nick. There's, don't worry about it. It's no big deal. Let's hurry and investigate before he changes his mind.
I'm running out to his office too. Take me with you, okay?
Examine. Well, let's look at that box. That pathetic looking wooden box.
That's the box that had the sacred urn in it.
Don't touch it. There may be clues to the thief's identity in there.
I worked so hard to make that box.
Huh? You made that poor excuse of a box, Maya? What is that supposed to mean?
The urn has always been on its stand in the winding way of a manor. So there's no box suitable for it, Mr. Nick.
I was so proud of it.
Poor Maya. Maybe it'd be better if the mask had taken the box too.
Wow, this is awesome. What did Miss Andrews say when it was what it was called again?
Shito. It's literally 7-branch sword in Japanese, or so says Miss Andrews. Whoa, it's pretty heavy.
One hit, 7 times. That's pretty fun. Pretty catchy, huh? I bet it sounds like hotcakes.
There's something about it that it bothers me.
Wow, you're really firing all the cylinders today, Pearly.
The sword. Wasn't mistaken Amy holding it last night?
Ah,
That's another thing. The sword wasn't bent last night. Like this, though, was it?
You're right.
awesome, Pearly. I wouldn't expect anything less from my little icy princess.
The sword is bent, so that must mean last night someone used it somehow.
Ah, I just thought of something. Maybe Detective Acme smashed the mask with it. Like this.
Youch! What the heck?
What do you think, Pearly?
I think it's even more bent than it was before.
Oh man, my head! My hair! Chichi-no-chan added to the court records. The ceremonial sword held the Ami wasn't bent before the crime. Brrr. It looks like all I can read from it's brr. Hamboiga.
Look at what you did, Nick. You spilled paint all over here.
I didn't do that.
Well, it wasn't here last night. I would have noticed the color this outrageous.
This paint has already dried up.
Well then, you should have cleaned it up before it dried, Nick.
Paint doesn't dry that fast. Besides, I told you it wasn't me. It looks like it's been several days since it's spilled. Hey, have a look at this.
What is it?
There's some kind of shape left on the bottom left side of this stain.
Huh? You're right. I wonder what it could be.
It says Organi.
No, it doesn't, Nick. It says organized. You just can't see the last 2 letters.
Yeah, well, I guess no one else could read it either because this place is a mess.
Yeah, you're right. It must feel right at home, huh, Nick? This is Mr. Gami. It's so cool. The statue of Mr. Gami is so cool. I wanted a gold statue of myself. Well, we could put it up in the office.
Hey, it's Wright and Co. How about a gold statue of me?
Mr. Nick? I'm sorry, but I noticed something strange.
Huh? What is it, Pearls?
Statue, Mr. Gami. Was this where it was last night? I'm pretty sure it was closer to the door.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Great job, Pearly. I wouldn't expect anything less from my ace cousin.
So the statue was moved on the night of the crime. And this paint, nothing. Just that. What about the door?
Miss Nick, what's that big door over there?
It looks like it's a door to the actual storeroom. I can see a lot of big boxes and stuff in there.
But I guess that's where they were keeping the sacred urn.
Remember, Maya, Miss Andrews says we're not allowed in there.
Hey, Pearly, do you know what this is? It's a computer.
Computer? Oh, I've heard of those. It has such a cute name.
It looks like this computer is for storing the data from the security camera. When someone comes in or out of the warehouse, the camera takes a photo of them.
It's probably a trap the detective set up.
Let's see if we can find last night's data on this thing. We might even find a photo of a mask. The mask.
Let's see here. Man, I really stink at working these.
What's wrong, Mr. Nick? You're sweating an awful lot.
I don't know how to pull up these photos.
I had no idea you were so pathetic with high-tech stuff, Nick.
Yeah, well, I managed to print out the camera data anyway.
I guess you have to learn to crawl before you can walk, right, Nick?
Yeah, sure. Anyways, it looks like the camera only went off once last night. Add into the data. It's a security camera. It's trained on the big door.
A security camera?
Yeah. So go in front and it'll snap a photo of you, Pearly.
Mrs. Maya, do you think I should smile?
Nah, it's for criminals, so I think you should look, to make a really scary face.
What like this?
It's the ladder, step ladder.
So what's the difference? You need to stop judging things based on a narrow-minded cultural assumptions, Nick.
Right, sorry. Why do I feel like I've had this exact conversation before somewhere? Because you have. What is this? There's a phone. There's phone, nothing here. There's phone, nothing here. Yeah, Sammy, I just finished it a little while ago. It took me about 3 hours or so. And we're gonna get through this chapter and maybe the next chapter, and then I'm gonna call the stream. We go in here? No, we can't. Okay. Main exhibition hall.
Hey, Nick. Your cell phone. It's ringing.
Hello, Phoenix Wright here.
It's me, Gumshoe.
Gumshoe, what is it? What's so funny?
I'll tell you what's funny, pal. I finally beat him. I beat Mr. Ace Detective. Finally, the Sun Dog is going to be the Alpha Dog today. The stuck-up detective met his match. Yep, finally caught him. Finally stock and barrel. There's no escape for him.
You caught him? What are you saying? You captured Masks? The Mask?
Bingo. Well, actually, he surrendered, but I still got him.
The mask surrendered?
That's great. So when can we come and pick up the secret herb?
Well, you see, I was going to tell you.
What? Something's wrong?
Do you think you can swing by the detention center sometime?
The detention center?
He wants to talk to you. Mask. The mask. That is.
What? He wants to talk to Nick?
I'll be waiting for you, pal. He'll get over here soon.
The detention center, huh? This is the detectives agency. Looks more like a set of B-grade horror movie. Some set of a B-grade horror movie.
Hello? Is anyone here?
Actually forgot to check the evidence real quick. What's this say? The warehouse camera went off once at 1 a.m. on the night of the crime. Okay. It looks like nobody's home.
What a waste of time. Hey, I know. Well, let's take the framed picture back with us as a memento.
Don't you dare, Maya. Guess we'll have to try later. Let's look around right quick. What is this purple and green stuff? This desk is literally covered with all sorts of chemistry equipment.
Oh, I just love chemistry. Say, Nick, I bet you didn't know this, but water is made out of carbon and hydrogen.
No, not carbon. Oxygen. Oxygen and hydrogen.
Oh? Well, there's always an alternative theories, I guess.
If by alternative theories, you mean one is you make up inside of your head of yours. Let's do that one again. The sense is literally filled with some sort of chemistry equipment.
Oh, I just love chemistry. Say, Nick, I bet you didn't know this, but water is made out of carbon and hydrogen.
No. Not carbon. Oxygen. Oxygen and hydrogen.
Oh? Well, I guess there's always alternative theories, I guess.
If by alternative theories, you mean the ones you make up inside of your head... What a creepy painting. It's like he is looking right at me.
Maybe we should put up a big portrait of you in the office, Nick. I can even paint it for you. Maybe you can pose while
cleaning the room, toilet?
I think I'd prefer something a bit more dignified. That's one impressive bookshelf with some very impressive books.
My life as a detective, Bridge edition. By Look at Me, Ace Detective.
Hey, he's even got one of those ships in bottle thingies.
Would you look at that? There's a little Look at Me doll in the helm. How cute.
And there's a microscope with here too. I wonder if he's researching something. The glass slides have different names on them.
This one says At Me Virus. This guy's just dying to make a name for himself, huh?
It's getting kind of irritating actually.
Whoa, it's a huge hearth.
It's a fireplace.
So, what's the difference? You need to stop judging things based on narrow-minded culture assumptions, Nick.
Right. Right, sorry.
Hey, Nick. What's this thing here?
It's called a gramophone. In the old days, people used to use them to listen to music.
You can't be serious. I think it's probably for purifying the air or something. I bet you 50 cents. Come on. What do you say?
Forget it. You never pay up when you lose anyway. I think that's it. There's nothing else to check around here. Yeah, let's go. Let us go. Bing, bing, dee, 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 dee. At me. No, dang it, wrong one. Do 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 do. Main exhibitor detention center.
Hey, pal. Welcome to the detention center.
You sure are in a happy mood, aren't you?
Yep. After all, we got masked.
Right, but, so where's the secret urn?
So sorry about that, pal. I guess I didn't really think about it before. But you're the victim in this case.
Huh?
Well, I guess I should let you guys hear the story straight from the horse's mouth.
You know, he's right, Nick.
He is?
If you think about it real hard, we are the victims.
Well, I guess so, in a way.
So I'm used to thinking of the victim as a dead person because we're always on murder cases. Excuse me. But anyways, I have to get back the secret urn. Please, don't just ignore me. Who are you? I'm Mask. The mask? Okay. Hey, Nick, doesn't he look kind of, well, gangly? I'm Ron Delight. The famous mask. The mask.
I don't think this guy could punch his way out of a wet paper bag. So you're the mask then, guy? You're the mask guy?
Yes, you bet. No, that's wrong.
You see, it's complicated. Of course, you know, sort of know if you know what I mean.
What's wrong?
Well, when I say wrong, what I really mean to say is that it's not not right per se. You see, it's not spelled the mask. It's actually mask, the masque.
What's with this guy?
Well, he's a timid little weakling. We know that much.
Don't do that! Don't look at me! Don't look at me with that need for you. I don't need your pity.
And a major crybaby too. So, why did you give yourself up?
Well, you see, it's because,
I know why. It's because you stole such a priceless treasure. And now you're overwhelmed with guilt, am I right?
Priceless treasure? That broke old urn?
I have a little favor to ask.
Yes? What is it?
Could you go and talk to Desi?
To the Desi?
So, who is this Desi person?
Please don't talk about my wife like that.
I guess she must be his wife.
I'm sorry. The truth is, it was my wife that told me to have you all come here. Do you think you could go and visit her at my hideout?
The hideout?
Mr. Nick, what does he mean by hideout?
Oh, sorry. Naturally, I meant to say my secret base.
Secret base?
Well, my apartment actually. Paluzzo's Pepe, 3rd floor.
Let's go and look, Nick. To the Masquez hideout.
Something tells me she just likes the sound of the word hideout.
Look, we really want our urn back, so where is it?
I'm sorry, I'll give it back. I really will. Maybe not. No, I can't. I can't make promises I can't keep. I'll just end up hurting people again.
Mr. Nick? I couldn't hear what he just said, especially the last part.
Mr. The Mask, do you think you could speak up a little?
Yes, sir. I will. I promise. Maybe not. You see, I am already speaking in my normal voice, so I really can't do anything.
Mr. Damasque? About the urn.
Oh, yes, the urn right away. Actually, no. I actually wouldn't mind telling you, but actually, I'm afraid you wouldn't believe me anyway.
Enough already. Just tell it to us straight.
Please, please don't yell at me. I'm sorry. Then I lost it.
What?
Lost it. What did you just say? Did you say you lost it?
Yes, no, maybe so. I mean, yes, I lost it.
What do you mean?
Well, you know, I lost it, like I said. These things just happen. You're the one on the train, and you get distracted and you forget your bag, you know.
What? You forgot your the sacred urn on a train?
Wait a minute. You went on the train dressed like that?
No, I was just speaking hypothetically, of course. Anyway, I'm sorry. I lost it somewhere. I don't know where.
This guy's story is more surreal than a Dali painting.
Are you really sure this creep is the masque?
Maya, don't call him a creep. Although I do have to admit I understand your doubts about this guy. When can you tell me about my badge? What do you think about this?
I really don't think I can help with that. No, that's not it. Well, the thing is, I don't really know if I can say one way or another.
I didn't really catch that.
Don't worry, you didn't miss anything. Anything here? Okay, I'm assuming like I'm assuming his voice is more of a like he's speaking through air. So I think I'm gonna make his voice that, and then when he yells out, is kind of more like a like that, because he's supposed to be speaking really quietly, really soft spoken. So I think this almost sounds like an old guy though. Let's go to your secret hideout. The Mask's hideout. The Mask's hideout. Wow. Check this place out.
No doubt about it. This is Mask. The Mask's hideout. All right.
Who is it? Is that you, Ronnie? Huh? Who are you?
What is her voice?
Who are you people?
No, that's...
Who are you people? Who are you people?
a sultry kind of...
Who are you people?
Or... I could make it something ridiculous. Who are you people?
Who are you people?
Who are you people?
Who are you people?
Who are you people? Who are you people? Huh? Who are you people?
I'm trying to figure it out.
Who are you people? Who are you people? Who are you people?
Yeah?
Huh? Who are you people?
Are you Desi Delight?
That's right. I'm Desiree. Ah. Oh, you must be the lawyer. The victim.
Yeah, that's us. Your husband told us to stop by and speak with you.
I'm Maya Fey, and this is Phoenix Wright, attorney at law.
Nicky Boy and Maya, huh? I can't tell you how grateful I am. I am that you decided to help my Ronnie.
Well, you're welcome.
Did she really call me Nicky Boy? Excuse me, but would you take a look at this?
I'm sorry. I haven't the faintest idea. I guess I just don't get out enough.
Did you... Alright. Tell me about Master Mask.
Mr. Light, you must...
Mr. Light, you must know, right? About your husband and... Mask? The mask? The masque?
Mask. The masque? Oh, of course. I know all about it. My husband is his biggest fan.
Yep, huh? What? Huh?
Biggest fan?
Yes, and Ronnie can be a pretty delusional sometimes. And that's how this whole misunderstanding happened.
Wait a minute. Did you just say delusional?
Yes, and that's right. I just don't know what I'm going to do with him. You see, Donnie actually believes he is a mask. The mask.
What? What are you talking about?
You want to look at me? Excuse me, would you take a look at this?
Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't the faintest idea. I guess I just don't get out enough.
Okay. Could you take a look at me?
So, Nicky Boy, you're a lawyer, huh?
Well, yeah.
How do you like it? I bet it's so exciting.
Yeah, sometimes. Actually, a little too exciting at times.
Oh, I just love a good thrill. Nicky Boy, it sounds like you have it so nice. This is starting to get awkward.
Do you know anything about them? No. Do you know anything about Maya?
That's really amazing. A master at your age.
Oh no, you have it wrong. It's my mother who's the current master.
Oh, I see. So, what exactly is the master of anyway?
Well, you see,
Don't say it, Maya. If you say spirit channeling, she'll laugh.
ouch, I heard.
Wait, is Pearly not with us? Alright, let's talk to her. Rhonda Light. Your husband.
Isn't he the cutest? I bet he's a bit weak sometimes, though.
A bit?
By the way, did you know they mentioned Maya on TV?
Huh? Really?
They said they the urn. They said you own the urn and that you're doing some shady training in a law office now.
Remind me not to watch the channel's news. Or what? Remind me not to watch that channel's news program.
After I saw, I thought I might be a good idea to meet the lawyer they mentioned.
I see.
My Ronnie, is he a powerful he has a powerful imagination and gets deluded easily. He kept insisting he was going to surrender to the police. I didn't know what to do. It was me. I stole the urn. He kept saying as if it was even possible.
Huh? But are you saying he didn't?
Of course he didn't. Why would my Ronnie ever do something like that?
Well, you know, he it's a priceless treasure, and all he, you know.
It's possible his own wife doesn't know his secret identity? Misery delight.
Me, I'm the kind of woman that needs excitement in her life.
Oh, excitement, huh?
Yes, I am the happiest when I'm racing along with my bike going at full throttle. Riding a motorcycle is like putting your life on the line. You know what I mean?
Well, I think that depends on how you ride it.
I'm the type that can't stand being a boring, dreary old life. I can't stand living a boring, dreary old life with no action.
No offense, but your husband, Ron, doesn't exactly look like the risk-taking type himself.
Oh, you're right about that. He's definitely not one for thrills and danger. But I do have to say that he makes up for it in other ways.
Other ways?
Yes, money. Ronnie is incredibly rich and super generous. He bought me a bike that was so fast it would make your head spin. And shopping, I like to shop so much it makes Ron's head spin. The other day, it actually happened. His head actually started to spin.
Man, talk about high maintenance wife.
So where does the Mr. Delight get all his money from?
Ronnie is a security guard. They put their lives on the line, right? So they get paid a ton of money in return. Tons of it.
He's a security guard? I think it's my turn for my head to spin. Night of the crime. Can you tell us about what happened last night?
Huh? What time did the incident take place again?
What time was it again, Maya?
Well, according to the gumshoe, it was around 1:30 in the morning.
Last night was horrible. I got pulled over.
Pulled over?
Yes, I always do my best flying at night.
Flying? You're talking about your motorcycle, right?
Yes, anyways, last night I got pulled over by a policeman. I couldn't believe he was caught up to me. It was a great chase, let me tell you. When he finally caught me, the poor man was as white as a sheet. It was about 3 in the morning when I finally got home.
Sounds like she's got an airtight alibi.
Well, what about Mr. Delight?
I don't really know. We weren't together at the time of night. But when I got home, he was already fast asleep.
So basically, he's got no alibi. So, when did Ron first become the Masqué?
What are you talking about? He's not Mask. The Masqué?
Huh? But wait a second. Look around this room. This place is obviously the Masqué's hideout.
No. You're totally wrong. A real thief's hideout wouldn't look like this. It's because Ronnie is so timid himself that he looks up to heroic figures.
Heroic figures? But the mask is a bad guy.
So, he's deluded, huh? Could that really be true?
Anyway, if he really wanted the stolen urn, wouldn't he still have it?
Well, I suppose so.
Then why don't you ask him if he has the urn or not?
She has a point. Mr. Delight isn't exactly the criminal type. But something tells me that something about Ron's behavior bothers me.
Maybe it's true. Maybe Mr. Delight isn't the Masqué, after all.
Say, can I ask you something, Nicky boy?
What is it?
I know I may seem like a bad girl on the outside, but the first thing I won't stand for is illegal activity.
I had a feeling you wouldn't. You're tough, but I can tell you've got a good heart.
Somebody framed my poor Ronnie. I just know it. Could you give this to Ronnie for me?
A letter?
Yes, for Ronnie. I want him to fight back.
Miss Delight. Okay, you've got it. Just relax and leave it to us.
Then let's look at that letter. Addressed to the husband, Ron Delight apparently contains something important. Present. What is this letter about?
Could you please give that to my Ronnie? The contents are very important.
Back to the detention center I go. Before we do that, we're gonna be nosy and look all over your stuff. What's this balloon?
Oh, hey, that's cute. It's called a hot air balloon, you know?
Wow, there's no fooling you.
I want to make my own balloon now. I won't even let you ride it, Nick.
That emblem on the balloon is supposed to be top secret. That's proof enough that Ron Delight really is Mask. The Masqué. And I'd better not tell Maya. She gets kinda scary when she comes to celebrities.
Hey, Nick, look on top of the shelf.
Looks like an envelope and a letter.
Oh, don't just stand there. Come on, let's read it.
Maya, you know you shouldn't do that.
What are you talking about? That letter, it could be an important clue.
No way, you can't just go reading private letters because you feel like it.
It's not because I feel like it, it's because it could be important.
If I was sure it was a clue, I guess I wouldn't mind. Hey, look, because Ron is a security guard. If you look at the back, he has the old bag's thing. This thing looks very familiar.
Oh, I know. It's a fishbowl. And it's an upside down one.
I think it's a helmet. An alien helmet.
And that looks like a tape recorder or something next to it.
I think it's a transreceiver. An alien transreceiver.
Nick? Do you think maybe you could act like a grown-up for a little bit?
I'm getting lectured by Maya. To be more of an adult? No, that's a new low. I think it could also be... Oh god, let's not think about that.
It's mask. The mask.
It's a tape recorder hanging from his neck.
Let me see that.
I'll be taking that crown now. Better luck next time.
I don't get it. What is this supposed to be, Nick?
Let's play that again. I'll be taking this crown now. Better luck next time, gentlemen.
I don't get it. What's it supposed to be, Nick?
Yeah, I don't get it either. It's because he doesn't have the voice to say that himself.
Nick, it's a torpedo.
It's hard to believe, but it sure looks real.
Where could he have picked up something like this?
Please don't say that torpedoes are just people. Please don't say that torpedoes are just people. Please don't say that torpedoes are things people just leave lying around. There's a bunch of books lying here. They're all romantic sounding novels with famous heists and fantastic thieves.
Wow, look like the bookmark, the nook stuck to them together.
Let's see here. No, must remember this thief way of laughing, very useful. Note, a calling card is an important part of any thief's modus operandi. Wow, Ron really studied his stuff. Thieves are people too. I can't look at that. What about this? No, I can't look at that. I think we've looked at everything we can. Yeah, that's it. Unless I can look at that. And those tape recorder. Alright, let's go back to Mask the Mask. Let's go to the detention center. Here you go. Your wife wanted me to give you this. She's hot, by the way. Oh, that's right. Here, this is for your wife. From your wife.
Huh? From Desiree? Thank you.
Letter given to Mask. The Masquez. Actually, more like taken.
My dear Ronnie, how are you? I'm doing fine.
He's clutching onto that letter so hard, the ink's about to be squeezed out.
He looks so happy. I should write a letter to Mystic Maya. You should write a letter to Mystic Maya too, Mr. Nick.
Mr. Lawyer,
Yes?
in the letter that Desiree wrote. She said, ask this guy to be your lawyer. I know this would be asking a lot, but could you please take my case? My trial starts tomorrow.
Hey, wait, hang on a second. He can't be your lawyer.
Why not?
What do you mean, why not? We're the victims in this case, right? Victims of this, the masked guy.
Yeah, well, but according to Desiree, he didn't do it.
She said, poor man, he's deluded himself into thinking he did it. Right, Mr. Nick?
Come on, she could be lying to protect her husband.
Well, that's true. No, actually, it's hard to say. Oh no, it's spreading.
Oh, please. I'll tell you the treasure of your choice. I'll give you the treasure of your choice in return.
What should I do? Obviously, you're gonna take the case. Harvey Birdman on the case. Phoenix Wright on the case. Well, Mr. Delight, I've decided that to give you a try. I'll defend you.
Really? You will?
Hey, what are you doing, Nick?
He's a thief. You can't trust him.
Well, he may be a thief, but I think there's more to the case than meets the eye.
Mr. Nick? I was wrong about you. I shouldn't have trusted you.
Pearls?
I can't believe you defend this person after what he did to Mystic Maya. I'll never forgive you. Ever.
Pearly, wait!
This is going to be ugly.
I'll go after her. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
Well, you couldn't have known she'd react like that. I guess I might as well start investigating. Oh, Maya, where's Pearls?
She said she was going back to the office. Go check on her later, would you?
And what about you? Are you okay with me taking Mr. Delight's case?
Yeah, I'm fine, Nick. I believe in you.
I think I'm going to cry.
I know you have a lot to do, a lot of work to do. I really appreciate it. Okay, Nick, let's get this show on the road.
What? I can't talk to him. Why would he leave? This guard monitors the visitor's room. It looks like he doesn't have much to do right now. I can tell because he's looking at the camera and making funny faces. Smile, you're on candid camera. The camera doesn't seem to have a lot of tape right now. Can you tell? The only thing it's watching now is the guard over there. How can you tell it doesn't have tape? Or I guess old school. Oh, I see. It's like a. It's not even connected to anything. It's literally the video is on the camera and you can see the tape. I get it. Okay. Wow. That must have been annoying back in the day. This game's old. Okay, let's go to me. He's still not here. Okay. Let's go to the office.
Mr. Nick, welcome back.
Oh, hey, Pearls. You're back too, I see.
I went and bought a strawberry cake. I'll go make some tea and go with it.
Hey, Pearls.
It looks like she feels really bad about what happened at the detention center.
Mr. Nick, I was wrong about you. I shouldn't have trusted you. I'll never forgive you. Ever. Miss Maya, the tea is ready.
Oh, thanks.
Come on, Mr. Nick, please have some of this cake.
Yeah, thanks. Pearls?
Oh, excuse me. I was in the middle of cleaning the toilet.
Hey, it's okay. I just cleaned it this morning.
Too late.
This might be a good time for me to ask about her. Pearl. I first met Pearls a year ago. It was when the murder happened at Kurian Village. I still remember what she said to me when we first met.
You're Mr. Nick, right? You're Mr. Maya's special someone.
Hey, Maya. I've always thought it was because she was young, but
But what?
Pearls, I think she got the wrong idea about you and me.
Huh? There's something you need to understand.
What is it?
It's kind of a Korean village custom, sort of. There are hardly any men in Korean village.
Now that you mention it, I never actually saw any men when I visited.
I'm pretty sure I told you about it a long time ago. About the spiritual powers run very strong in the Fae family.
Yeah, you did, and that's why you're undergoing training to be a spirit medium, right?
Yeah. The thing is, heck, only women can actually inherit the spiritual power. That's why the whole culture of Korean village kind of revolves around this woman.
Well, that's understandable. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but because of that, there tends to be a lot of unsuccessful marriages.
Oh?
Well, the men start to feel left out. Well, after a while, and then they start leaving. Especially if the man has a daughter.
Are you saying that Pearl's father?
He's gone. He left the village when she was very young.
Boy, that's tough.
Yeah, and she grew up seeing nothing but unhappy marriages all around her. That's why she's so sensitive to things like that.
Pearl seems to love you a lot.
Well, it's because I'm her only cousin, and, well, because of the murder case last year, Pearlie's mother is...
Oh yeah. I remember now. Pearl's mother, Morgan Fay. She's serving a prison term in isolation right now. This is spoilers for anybody that didn't play the past games.
So you see, I'm the only family Pearlie has right now. But it's the same for me too.
Maya.
And my mother's gone too.
So your mother's still missing?
Yeah, and no one has any idea where she is.
Maya's mother, Misty Faye. The current master of the Wright channeling technique. She disappeared 17 years ago, getting involved in a certain police case. But you're sure she's still alive, right?
Yeah, I know she is. It's sort of a spirit medium thing.
But if your mother doesn't come back, then what?
And according to the law of the village, I'll become the next master.
Mystic Maya, the master of the Korean technique? Sounds like a heavy responsibility.
Yeah, but there's no one else with my blood in the Fae main family who's a spirit medium. Well, Nick, why don't we go out and start investigating? We're not going to learn anything just sitting around here in the office.
Yeah, I know, but first I want to talk to Pearls.
Mr. Nick,
Yeah?
I acted like a baby.
Pearls?
I doubted you, even though Mystic Maya trusted you completely. I guess I still need a lot of training to do. Mr. Nick,
Yes?
from the bottom of my heart, I apologize for what I said.
Aw, it's okay. I'm the one...
Well, I'm going out now for a little bit.
Huh? Where are you going?
I may be small, but I still have a lot of spirit channeling power. So I'm going to show you how I can be useful too, by finding some evidence.
Hey, wait, she sure runs fast.
Nick, let's back off and give her some space, okay?
Yeah. You don't just let a 9-year-old child just run off by herself. A 9-year-old child run off by herself. No, that's not a thing you do. Rondelite's wife seems to be very outgoing lady. Young man who turns out to be as the masque. A bit of a pitiful guy. Maya, what do you think about your sister? Do you think she's hot? You think we could have hit it off? I think we could have hit it off. If it wasn't for Mia, I wouldn't be the person I am today.
Yeah, she told me you used to be really useless. Compared to how unreliable you were then, you actually seem responsible now. Actually, you haven't changed much, I guess.
Maya praised me for a change. Hey, wait a second. What do you think about me?
When did you first get that porcupine cut?
Thank you for the host. Hit very hard. It's been like this ever since I was a little kid.
What? You mean that's the way your hair is naturally? I thought you had some sort of special phoenix cut deal at the barber. I mean, you usually only see hair like that in a video game.
Is my hair really that weird looking? What do you think about yourself?
I'm going to have to buckle down and get serious.
Well, you're the future master of the Korean channeling technique, after all.
Yeah, and I have to play the part of Big Sister, too. For Pearly. And you, Nick.
But what? Do I look like I was born yesterday?
I'm sorry about what Pearly said.
Oh, it's fine. It was nothing. Third wall break. Yes, the third wall was definitely broken. It was definitely the third wall. Dun, 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 dun. I'm going to have I'm going to have to smooth things over with pearls later anyhow. What do you think about this person? Alright, you got nothing. What do you think of Mask the Mask?
So, the real identity of Mask.
Oops, no. My sound effect.
The Mask is Ron Delight? Right?
That's what Mr. Delight claims, but I'm not too convinced about something he said.
Huh? About what?
Because it's a 2D game. That makes sense. Get it? I get it. He's fun. He's funny. I get it. He's joke. He's joke because third, second, 2D walls. About the secret urn? Did he sound a little vague on the subject?
Yeah. Now that you mention it, he said that he had simply lost it, right?
I have a distinct feeling that he's hiding something and I know it.
Detective Enemy has really surprised me. There was a certain, something that, the way he said, Zephyr.
Well, he did manage to get back the treasures that the mask guy stole last time, right? And he did it by himself, too.
Yeah, I guess. That case was certainly made for him famous. It looks like he does deserve to be called Ace's detective after all.
What about his wife?
This Desiree sure is cool. I love the whole motorcycle thing. The way she laughs is in the face of death. I want to try myself.
I thought you only knew how to ride a bike.
Hey, don't forget, Nick. There is an electric bike.
The electric? So young and lazy. And so young and already so lazy. Whatever happened to good old exercise? No. Ron Delight. Dun 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 dun. What did you think about Gumshoe?
Detective Gumshoe's on this case too, huh?
It seems like he seems to show up during all our cases. It can't be a coincidence.
Maybe it's a sign that our fates are destined to be woven together all the time.
Yeah, that'd be a real beauty of a beast kind of fairy tale, wouldn't it? Bing, 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 bing. Bing, ding, ding, doo, doo. What about evidence? Can we present some evidence? What do you think about this? Okay. I'm not... Okay, let's go. To Mas de Masquez hideout. No, never mind. I wanted to go at me. Look at me. Really? Look at me isn't here? Alright, let's go to the main exhibit.
Maya! Oh, Miss Andrews! I'm so sorry. It's my fault. Your precious Anne. Your precious Anne!
Please, calm down. What's wrong?
It never ends. Ever. I touch... everything I touch ends up in failure. Maya, I'm sorry. I'll do anything I can to make it up to you. No, it's okay. I know I don't look it, but I'm good with my hands. I could make you another urn. Hold on, just wait, okay? Breathe, calm down, and talk to us. Forgive me.
So when did you get the calling card from Mask de Masqué?
Let's see. Exactly 10 days ago.
I was going to show it to the police, but that detective stopped me.
So the detective had me? So you asked the detective at me to help you with security?
Yes, in fact, it was about 20 days ago that I hired him. He seemed to know more about the Masquer, than the police.
And so you hired him for security even before the calling card arrived?
Well, yes. I had a premonition that something bad might happen. I've learned to trust my hunches.
So that's why you were there. So that's why there are security cameras even in the basement warehouse?
Yes, totally. Lordly Taylor is very serious about their security measures. It was their way of saying, bring it on, so any potential thieves...
Well, he sure brought it last night, and even left with a nice souvenir.
Can you tell me us a bit about? Can you tell us a bit about the security at the treasure exhibit?
It was my fault. I should never have called this paltry little collection a treasure exhibit anyway.
Why do you say that? The urn that was stolen is pretty important object.
Maybe, but its actual value was, after appraisal, was, well, practically zero.
Zero?
I polished it until it was just about glowing. I thought maybe I could make it look more valuable.
But the urn contains the soul of Mystic Maya.
Anyway, I left all the security arrangements to Detective Atme. But 5 days ago, I began receiving all sorts of other exhibit items from Korean. Lots of people started going in and out of the warehouse down there.
So maybe one of them was actually the Masquer in disguise.
No, I personally checked out everyone that came through here, so that's not possible.
Knowing Adrian, she's probably even checked out what they ate for breakfast that morning. Well, what do you think about Ron the Light? Miss Andrews?
I know, it's my fault. But what I've done is done. I'll make it up to you somehow. I'm making a new urn for you.
I'm just wasting my time. She's far too gone. Alright, let's move to the basement. Nothing new. Nothing here. What do you think about this? Okay. What about this? Okay. What do you think about me? She's far too gone. Okay. Let's leave. Can we go to Atmes yet? A progression.
Hello?
Well, how lovely it is to see you again, my dear. And welcome to my abode. Relax and soak up the atmosphere.
We're actually kind of...
Shh! Silence!
Precisely as I expected.
What is it?
Xavier! The truth has been, once again, been inelegantly revealed to me. A lawyer and a spirit medium. Am I correct?
I think we've already been through this.
So my estimation was correct. Xavier, how truly excellent. Now then, what can I do for you? The name of the crime.
You mentioned before that you were on guard duty all alone last night.
Precisely. This is the 5th encounter with my arch enemy.
Slap at the bays.
I refuse to allow anyone to interfere with the rightful pursuit of my prey.
I heard that you've been after the Masqué since his first theft.
Yes, my dear, you seem to have done your homework. In his very first heist, that vile thief perforated the famous jewel, the tear of Amadon. I first encountered him in the museum's sacred hall, the crime scene itself.
So, that's why you were hired as security for the treasure exhibit?
I'm pretty sure he said that Agent Andrews hired him.
Yes, I borrowed some equipment from Lonely Taylor and set up the perfect job.
You must mean the security camera?
But I thought you were watching the area yourself too. So how did the mask manage to steal the urn?
That's $1 million question. What is the mask's modus operandi? Modus operandi? Motive?
Mr. Hackney, did you know about the sacred urn?
I'm interested in only one thing, my dear, and that is a mask. The Masqué. Think of that, and that has nothing to do with this case.
But wasn't what the Masqué stole this time? Wasn't that what Masqué stole this time?
I am a hunter, sir. The urn was nothing more than a lure to catch my prey. Do you yourselves remember the shape of the individual peanut you throw to pigeons?
I don't think I like this guy's attitude, Nick.
Well, anyway, it looks like he doesn't know about the urn.
There's something that kind of bothers me.
Yes, my dear, ask me anything you like. After all, we are all seekers, wandering alone in the dark.
Well, I was wondering how the Masqué managed to steal the urn. I mean, isn't it strange that you don't seem to know?
Yeah, now that you mention it, it is strange. After all, you were on guard that night at the scene of the crime. Unless you were sound asleep and you should have at least seen the mask. What the? A Psychlock?
Is this a Psylocke?
What do you want, Psychlock?
Hey, Nick. What is this Psylocke thing?
Well, your Magatama lets me see when people are keeping secrets. By breaking their mental locks, I can find out what those secrets are.
What? The Magatama has that kind of power?
Maya, you're the one who gave me the Magatama last year.
Well, it's true, but this Magatama is a prized Fey family heirloom, but Pearly is the one who actually imbued it with spiritual power, right? That's why I don't really know what it can do.
This is the woman that is going to take over the Korean channeling school someday?
So, how do you do it? How do you break the cyclock thing?
Well, you present the Magatama to the person with the secret.
Cool, I can't wait to see it in action. Come on, try it out.
Oh boy. I think the future master will still needs to learn how to be patient. Present the Magatama. The Magatama. Mask. The Masquez. M.O. Detective Atme, you were standing guard at the scene of the crime. There's no way you didn't see the Masquez commit the crime. Well, now, I can hardly see why you're so positive about that. Yes, indeed, I was guarding the warehouse. That much is true. But I can tell you for certain that not a single person passed through that door. I'm not sure why, but this Atme guy is lying straight through his teeth. I know, I'll show him some proof. Detective Atme, I have here proof that someone went through that door last night. The camera date. There was a security camera set up at the scene of the crime. It should have automatically taken a photo of anyone that went through that door. Precisely. I hope you don't mind, but we've already gotten our hands on the camera date. As you can see, the camera went off exactly once last night. What? But my monocle didn't catch anyone in its flash. It must be some kind of computer malfunction. It must be. Maybe it was your monocle that malfunctioned. But what are you saying? That I didn't do my duty properly? Detective Atme, you must have seen the thief last night. The question is why you're trying to hide it. If he's hiding it, there must be some reason. Some reason that he's desperate. He desperately wants to hide it. And I've got just a piece of evidence that should prove it. Okay, let's suppose that you didn't manage to see the Masquez. In that case, the reason you didn't at the time was because you were fast asleep, using the bathroom unconscious. I'm afraid that making a guess is not enough. Time to put your money where your mouth is. Show me your evidence. Take that! Detective Atme, you were knocked unconscious by the thief, weren't you? Surely you must be joking. You think I? Look at me. Could be knocked unconscious so easily. This sword proves it. That... Before the theft, this sword was in the hand of the statue Ami Faye. Furthermore, at the time, it was not bent. There's only one explanation. You were struck on the head and knocked unconscious by this sword. Well, detective, how about it? I'm impressed. You truly are an ace attorney.
Woo!
The mask's MO. I cannot deny that there was a small bit of a hint of truth to what you say.
So, you were knocked out when the thief first clobbered you?
Clobbered, that's an ugly way of saying it, but I suppose you could put it that way. That is the Kieran's sword, isn't it? That is the exact same sword. Get him! The coward struck at the precise moment that I turned to look at the computer.
So, you never noticed that the thief had entered the warehouse?
No, the coward must have wormed his way through somewhere besides the door. Perhaps the air ducts or the sewer pipes. And my arch nemesis struck me on the head from behind with this gruesome item.
Ouch, Mr. Acme should have Mr. Acme should have his poor head examined.
You can say that again. How could he have underestimated the thief that badly? Updated. Well, it looks like we've got one thing cleared up. What does this say? Masamas knocked at me during the crime with a blow to the back of the head.
Huh? What? That Detective Acme is the greatest ace detective in the world?
No. That he never actually saw the thief.
Oh, that's right. So the thief may not even be the maske.
Just a moment, Sir Lawyer. The thief was unquestionably masked. The maske.
But you never actually saw him.
Perhaps so, but I installed a security camera just for such a contingency.
Huh?
Last night the camera went off exactly once. Behold, this is the photo that the dastardly thief taken by the security camera. That's him!
Mask? The maske?
The thief can be none other than the arch criminal Mask. The Maske. After all, he has a very good reason for committing such brazen crimes. But what are you talking about? So, what did you mean by he had a very good reason? Exactly that. Dr. Delight had a very good reason to dress up and commit those crimes. There should be a green envelope somewhere in his room. You need to go and investigate.
But how would you know about that?
Have you forgotten? You're speaking with the finest ace detective ever to walk on the face of the earth. The most brilliant mind since, well, ever. Look at me. Well, I guess we'd better go and take a look, just in case. Let's go. May do not want to spend any time with him. Excuse me, I need to take that there green envelope off your hands.
Hey, Nick, Remember what Detective Acme said?
Exactly that. Mr. Delight had a very good reason to dress up and commit those crimes. There should be a green envelope somewhere in his room. You need to go and investigate. A green envelope, huh? Looks like this is it.
Okay, let's have a look. If you don't want your true identity revealed to the world, come to KB Security at 1 a.m. On October 12th and bring $50,000. 50,000?
This is a blackmail letter. It sure looks like a major clue, all right.
Ding dong. Ow, someone's at the door. I'll be right back. Won't take but a second, I promise. Oh, thank you for coming. That's so nice of you.
When I see a damsel in distress, I just can't help myself.
Please, come on in. I'll make some coffee.
Really? Okay. I guess I'll make myself at home. Wait, no, this is gumshoe, isn't it?
Wait, okay, wait, I'll make myself a go. Make myself at home, pretty lady.
Wait a minute. I know that voice.
Oh, Nicky boy. I'm so sorry, but I've got another guest.
Ah, you.
Oh, what the?
Oh, you're pretty lady. You're Nick. It's you, and Maya too. What a fluke!
Huh, Larry, long time no see.
What? You know each other? Nicky boy. Nick, do you and this girl, have something going on?
This something? If you mean by...
I underestimated you, Nick. A gorgeous lady like this, and married too. Way to go, dude.
I knew it. Just when things can't get any worse, it's time to cue in the butts. Larry Butts. Ever since grade school, he's been not exactly a close friend, but yeah, we know each other.
Hey, man, it was nice. That wasn't. Hey, man, that wasn't nice. I was your very first client.
He's got quite the storied history, he and I. And what we used to say still rings true. When something smells, it's usually the butts.
Hey, come on now, you're embarrassing me. And in front of this pretty lady thing here. Hey, you two are old childhood friends. I see. That's so sweet. You two go on ahead and catch up like on old times. I'm going to check on my bike. Nice girl, that Desi. So how have you been, Nick?
I'm too busy to really want to know. Larry Butts. So what have you been up to this whole time? It's been 2 years since I've heard from you. And what's with those clothes? You look, well, weird.
Hey man, that's uncalled for. This is my uniform. From my part-time job. But I can't believe it's been 2 years. They say time flies when you're having fun. Huh?
What's wrong?
Nick, I gotta tell you, women
I don't trust him anymore.
You got dumped again.
Well, Bennifer, I followed her to all the way to Japan 2 years ago. That's where I met the famous Kenny Toms, and my whole life changed.
Bennifer? Katie Tom? I never heard of either of them.
Anyway, dude, Katie Tom chose Hollywood over me. Can you believe it?
Well, actually, anyway, sounds like you had quite the adventure.
Women, they're so. But you're different, Maya. You're not like the West.
Looks like he's still the same old Larry. Why are you here? So, what are you doing here anyway?
Huh? What do you mean by that? I'm a natural born nice guy, that's all. Well, actually, I picked this up last night. I was working.
The wallet? You say you found this last night?
Yeah, it had a driver's license in it, so I figured I'd just return it myself.
Hang on, let me see that for a minute. I knew it. Desi's picture isn't there.
Yeah, I guess he really digs his wife, huh? Hey Nick, it's not what you're thinking at all.
No, I'm pretty sure it is. You haven't changed a bit.
Oh, no way, man. I mean, she's married. She's a married woman. That's just bad news.
He really is here just to check out Mr. Light.
So, you said you found it at your job, right?
Yeah, I was working at a private security company as a guard. Chicks just love a guy in uniform, you know?
A security guard? Huh. So, that's what the uniform is all about. So, what time was it when you found this last night?
Huh? Why are you asking that? Trying to see if I got an alibi?
You're not the one on the hook for a crime this time, buddy.
I guess it was around 1 in the morning. On the first floor of the company building.
What was Mr. Delight's wallet doing there?
Anyway, there's nothing weird about it. After all, he works there.
Huh? Works there? You mean Mr. Delay?
Sure, here, take a look at this. It's right here in his wallet.
What's this card?
It's a key card for the security company. See? You got the serial number on there, and there's no mistake about it.
You said you're working a part-time at the security company, right?
That's right. Why are you making that scary face?
Security company, huh? Something's not quite secure about Larry working there. I need to find out as much as I can about this key card. Ding 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 ding. So you're sure about this key card?
Yep. That's the key card we use in the building that work in. According to the serial number, this one is for the CEO's office. But I need to get into the room, and every time you use the card, it leaves a record.
It leaves a record?
Yeah, it tells you exactly who entered the room and when.
Larry, I need that data.
Whoa, slow down, man. Sorry, but that data is off limits to outsiders. If I lost my job, I'd never have a chance with Desi.
It's times like these when I wish lawyers weren't so powerless. Here leaves a record when used. what do you know about Mask the Mask? Butts.
I just thought of something. What if it's actually a hot chick under the costume?
Forget about it. It's a guy, trust me.
Man, you're just killing my buzz, dude.
Boy, talk about someone who has a one-track mind. That Tessie is an awesome lady, alright? It's been a long time since I felt this way. I think I'm really in love this time. A long time, huh? Yeah. Well, except for what I feel for you, Maya.
I don't think even he knows what he's saying anymore. Larry, what about this person?
Beats me.
What the? All of a sudden, he's not saying... He has nothing to say?
Hey, I remember her. That's Maya's big sister.
Oh, you really do remember.
Yeah. Who could forget? A couple of gorgeous sisters, hubba.
You hear that, Nick? Gorgeous.
No, yeah, that's right. When I defended Larry, Mia was still alive. Doesn't know anything about that. What about... Do you know anything about Adrian Andrews? You have a crush on her too.
Whoa! Who is this? Come on, man. Don't hold out on me.
Forget about it. It's on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need...
Hey now, I thought we were pals. I got a major thing for girls with black sleeveless shirts and glasses.
You can't even tell. How do you...
What?
How do you know that?
And if they have an orange-colored memo pad, I really lose control.
He has to be making that up. He can't actually know Adrian, can he?
Whoa! That's even cuter than the last time I saw you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you look totally different than 2 years ago, don't you think, Nick?
Maybe it's because we're always together, but she looks pretty much the same to me.
You're 26 years old now, right? Don't you think it's about time you took a long, hard look at your life?
Coming from a guy who can only brag about how many times he's been rejected, I find that kind of ironic.
Oh, what a cutie! Hey, Nick, what's the deal between you and this girl?
Hey, that's my cousin. Her name is Pearl Faye.
Pearl, huh? Too bad. Never date two girls with the same name. That's one rule I can't break.
I think the fact that she's only 9 years old would break some rules somewhere. What about yourself?
Even you could learn a few tricks from me, Nick.
Yeah? Like what?
Well, look at my hair, for example. It's pointed straight, right? But your hair, on the other hand, points backwards. That's no good at all, man. It's defeatist. You gotta aim high. For the stars.
I can't find a counter argument for that. Alright, well, I'm going to the detention center. Ah, she's not even here. What do you think, Maya? About this card? Okay, fine. You don't think anything. Got it. Let's move. Do you know anything about this card? Miss Andrews.
I know. It's all my fault.
What do you know about this?
I'm sorry I cannot be more helpful, but I have no interest in finding evidence against my Hark rival.
Okay, so let's see. Oh yeah, you're the one that wanted me to find this. Well, what about it? Written in a fountain pen. What? Okay. Boom, bum, then I still have to talk to Larry about something? You didn't touch anything in the wallet, did you?
Hey man, be serious. You know that I was you know what I was interested in?
Mask. If the mask doesn't look out, he's gonna be the victim of a robbery himself. Can you tell me anything else about this key? So you're sure about this key card?
Yep, that's the key card we're using. Doesn't work in.
Count on serial leaves records. Larry, slow down, man. Little powerless lawyer. What can I present? Have you seen my badge, Larry? Larry, this is one of the Korean village's treasures.
Be serious, Nick. I couldn't care less about the mystic mumbo jumbo. Of course, Maya is a different story. Story. Maya is a different story.
And talk about your mixed messages. Anything about blackmail? Hey Larry, what about this?
What? If you got something to say, then say it already. Huh? A blackmail letter?
Do you know anything about this?
What? I don't know anything about it. I don't know anything about Alexis. That's the truth.
Huh? What?
I can't believe you would do this to me. I thought we were friends. $50,000? I don't have that kind of money.
No, you don't understand. This is a blackmail letter that was sent to Mr. Ron Delight.
Phew. Man, you scared me. I almost had a heart attack, you idiot.
Wait, I'm the idiot?
Man, I was totally confused because it says KB Security right on the envelope. Yeah, so what? That's where I got my part-time job. At KB Security. But what?
It sounds like I should really find out more about this KB Security company. KB Security, the company in the blackmail letter. You know about it?
That's where I work, yeah. In fact, I'm on the job there right now. Huh? So, what are you doing here then? Well, the boss is always away right now, so... And, you know, what mice do when the cat's away.
Yes. Anyway, how far away is this company?
Let's see, about 30 minutes by car, I guess. Well, if you fly down the road, anyway. Well, this apartment building is pretty close to Lordly Taylor, right? And it would take roughly an hour to go from here to KB Security and back.
If Rhonda Light was at the KB Security when the robbery occurred, then...
Oh! Then he couldn't have stolen the sacred urn. Hey, Nick, your phone is ringing, Nick. Nick, your phone is ringing, Nick.
Hello? Is this the Wright residence?
Pearls, where are you?
I thought I'd go to Lord Taylor and try to find some more clues, but I'm afraid I've gotten lost.
What? Give me the phone, Nick. But Pearly, where are you right now?
I was walking along and I found myself in front of, that one person's office.
That person's who?
A person who doesn't act his age and always says, Severie, when he's excited.
Look at me. Ace Detective.
Okay, stay right there. We're coming to get you.
Alright, I'm a little scared.
Alright, let's go, Maya.
Wait a second, Nick.
What?
The phone call just now sounded like a real cutie. Another one of your special friends.
Say goodbye to Miss Delight for me, would you, Larry?
Bum, 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 bum.
Mr. Nick, Miss Maya.
Pearly.
I never thought I'd see you two again.
So, is Mr. Ace Detective out of the office?
Yes, when I arrived here, there wasn't a single soul in sight.
Say, Nick, doesn't it look like something's changed since we were here last?
Now that you mention it, that bag wasn't here.
This bag, I'm sure it wasn't here before.
It looks quite full. I wonder what could be in here.
Hey, Nick, come on, open it up.
Hey, wait a minute. We can't just open his private property.
Don't be such a fuddy-duddy. This is an important investigation.
That's true. And the truth be told, I have to admit, I'm kind of curious.
Well, what's in there?
Hang on a sec, I'm taking it out now. Whatever it is, it feels kind of hard and smooth. Well, hello there.
He's here.
What are you doing, Sir Lawyer? I'm shocked to see a servant of the court ignoring the law so flagrantly. I'm sorry, Maya made me do it.
Nick, I can't believe you.
The gentleman never uses a lady as an excuse for his own poor behavior. And the real question is, can you afford to waste time lollygagging about here? But what do you mean by that? Perhaps I should make myself more clear. Tomorrow's trial, Zabari! Shall we say the figurative? Sir Williams will be dropping his panties before lunchtime.
Wow, Nick. Sounds like it's gonna be really exciting.
What do you want at me? Tomorrow's trial. What's gonna happen in tomorrow's trial that's so dramatic? Do you know what your biggest mistake so far has been, Sir Lawyer? It has been becoming a lawyer in the first place.
That certainly does sound like a big mistake, Mr. Nick.
Tomorrow will be the day to remember look at me, will make the stand. And then Zabari! My testimony will prove to be the undoing of a lot of you. Yes, all of you, I will unmask you as the thief's conspirator.
Conspirators?
You're quite quick on the defensive, I see. However, it is not that I see you. See, it's not that. It is not I that is your greatest enemy. There's far more dangerous threats that you will face during the trial.
What are you talking about?
Sir Lawyer, if you truly are who you say, I'm sure you've heard of him. His name is Godot. Godot?
Who's this Godot person?
It is not surprising that a spirit medium has not heard the name. Godot, the prosecutor whose equal cannot be found in this country, but in heaven. Godot, the legend or myth, the men pin a lifetime of hope on the chance to simply meet him.
Prosecutor Godot?
But the best prosecutor in the country isn't Godot. It's Mr. Edgeworth. Isn't that right, Nick?
It's no surprise to me that a spirit medium such as yourself would know nothing of this. But Ace Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth is currently traveling abroad.
Huh?
In fact, it was Mr. Edgeworth who acknowledged Godot as the best in this country.
And you agree with that?
Most certainly. In fact, you could call him the Look at Me of the prosecutor's office.
Well, that's good to hear. The prosecution has a fighting chance tomorrow.
Mr. Nick! Is this Godot really that strong?
I seem to remember hearing about someone like that. Not surprising. Some people spend their entire lives idly waiting for his appearance. The mask identity. You have taken a step down the path of foolishness. To try and defend the career of a criminal who deserves nothing less than the death penalty.
Hey, last time I checked, no one knows for sure that Mr. Delight really is the Masqué.
My dear lady. Times may change, but people sadly do not. Well, you will understand this when you are more mature. It looks like we're done investigating for the day. Sir Lawyer.
The stage has been set, and all the pieces are finally in place. All that remains now is for the dance to begin.
A new prosecutor, and an ace detective, and a thief. This is going to be one tough trial. To be continued. That was a really long chapter.